genocide. But he's no pacifist either, Jesus. His plan seems to have been twofold. First, to take the fight directly to the source of worldly evil, to Belial, the demonic powers infesting this world, and secondly, that the defeat of Belial, or Satan, would so undermine the powers of worldly evil, the rulers of this world, it would pull the rug out from underneath them and thus set the stage for the inauguration of the Messianic age. Jesus was a militant, but he was primarily interested in combating metaphysical evil and probably did believe that the Romans and their comprador Judean ruling class, along with the temple, would be overthrown and the kingdom of God established in that process. But it appears that Jesus thought that he would lead the former and that God alone would do the later. He didn't have to bring the fight to worldly affairs. He had to defeat metaphysical evil first. Indeed, I suspect that Jesus believed that by taking the fight directly to the forces of metaphysical darkness, it would so undermine Herod Antipas that John might just be released or freed somehow, and that the two of them would eventually be revealed as messianic rulers. And so Jesus retreated to Capernaum, gathered his forces, and began to lead a direct assault on none less than Satan. Now combined with his radical social message, Jesus begins to drive the forces of evil from the world. Indeed, the lion's share of his miracles are exorcistic in nature. He performs folk healings and has magic-like powers over nature. But again, historical and social context are key here. While Jesus' miracles do seem extraordinarily if we only read them in the gospel accounts, they aren't without precedent. Miracle workers were just a staple of the ancient world, and exorcism was widely practiced. Indeed, it just was basically medicine in most of the regions of the ancient Near East. Further, the Galilee produced so many miracle workers, there was even a technical Hebrew term for them, anshe ma'aseh. Now, I've done a whole video on these extraordinary anshe ma'aseh, these miracle workers. You want to check that out. But suffice to say, we have people like Choni the circle maker, who could force rainfall and heal disease at a distance. His miracle-working sons, we have Hanina ben Dosa, who confronted the queen of the demons, among many other miracles. In fact, it was said that miracles were just a commonplace for his wife. Shimon bar Yochai, who could incinerate the impious with his gaze alone, along with numerous other exorcists and healers. Jesus, the exorcist and miracle worker, fit firmly within the world of other Galilean anshe ma'aseh. However, it may not have been that all in the John movement preferred this shift away from immersion for the remission of sins toward miracle working. And the Mandean religion, perhaps itself and in fact an offshoot of John's immersion movement, still views John with awe and glory and views Jesus as basically a dangerous false prophet. And indeed, to this day, daily ritual immersion is a core feature of Mandean religion, which is a truly heroic survival from late antiquity. But that's not to say that it wasn't surprising or perhaps even a shocking turn of events in this transition from Jesus the baptizer and follower of John the Way to Jesus the healer and exorcist. Healing on the Sabbath was controversial, other miracles were beyond the pale of the movement, and the crowds were becoming simply overwhelming in size. Jesus was becoming a victim of his own success. Even the very family of Jesus were apparently, at least at first, so alarmed that they sought to seize Jesus because they thought that he had gone insane, a detail found only in the Gospel of Mark. But as the Q source makes clear, Jesus took it that if he could cast out demons, that was in fact proof that the kingdom of God was surely at hand. And it was his success, especially his success in confronting and defeating metaphysical evil, that perhaps led him to further clarity on his own messianic importance. But Jesus was no fool. He knew that being seen as a Messiah was a de facto death sentence. John was now rotting away in a prison, and that was proof of that enough. Thus, Jesus carefully proceeded with a great deal of subtlety. He curtailed discussion of his messianic character. He commanded silence of any such people that would be healed or make proclamations of his messianic character. And he kept this messianic character a secret as much as possible. Yet he acted messianically enough, especially in electing 12 followers, 3 of which were his stepbrothers, to act as a kind of provisional Israelite government, a move identically made by the Dead Sea Scroll community at least a century prior. Indeed, Jesus the baptizer became Jesus the Ishmael, the exorcist or miracle worker, but he was now becoming something else. The miracle worker was settling into becoming a Messiah. Given this initial success, Jesus quickly expanded his confrontation with the forces of evil, sending out the 12 to do exactly the same kind of miracles that he had been doing. Indeed, he even imagines that such a confrontation may prove decisive, such that they might not finish going through the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. But who is he talking about? Who is this Son of Man? This apocalyptic trope emerges from the book of Daniel. Indeed, the timing of all of this Jesus movement may have been informed by the calculation of the weeks found in that very book. But for Daniel, the coming of this Son of Man, from the Aramaic term bar nosh, was the collective symbol for the leadership of the faithful Israelites to be given power over the beastly foreign nations. In some of the earliest gospel materials, such as in Q, Jesus will often refer to the Son of Man in the third person, making it pretty clear that he didn't think that it was him. We see the same thing in Mark. Avoid future transgression, even possible because according to Jewish law, if Joseph himself died without producing any children with Mary, in the wilderness, and into the wilderness he goes. Further, he was warning crowds that the axe was already at the root of the tree, such that the end of the world was already imminent, and that those who wished to follow in haderech, or the way as a term he used, in fact that term is the way the Messianic movement seems to have identified itself as inaugurated by John and continued by Jesus, they should be ritually immersed for the remission of their sins. And while John's teaching sounds somewhat superficially like those of the Essenes, he's initially even down there by Qumran, there's a clear difference in their thinking. The Essenes saw immersion or baptism in a mikveh as a necessary step to maintain ritual purity, especially in order to join the camp of the angelic warriors of their war documents. But after the defeat of the Kittim, and other Jews for that matter, the Essenes seem to have believed that they would seize and rededicate a nearly purified temple, such that the remission of sin via sacrifices could occur in earnest. For John, it seems, immersion in the mikveh simply eliminated sin itself, wiping the slate clean, so to speak, clearly even sidestepping the need for the temple at all. Further, the Qumran sectarians were a more or less monastic sect, at least at that site. Unlike the attempt of mass appeal by preaching and immersions offered by John, part of what's going to get John killed is that he's incredibly popular. Similarly, Jesus and the Essenes would have not seen eye to eye either. Thus, while both shared apocalyptic worldviews, John and Jesus were very likely not Essenes and probably not connected to the Essenes. I think they wouldn't have frankly liked one another very much. But John would eventually move north, near areas traditionally associated with Elijah the Tishbite prophet, a character at that time already associated with the end of times. And this was along also one of the major routes taken by northern pilgrims as they made their way south to avoid the impure zone of the Samaritans. Thus, John became an outstanding figure, assuming the appearance of an ancient Israelite prophet, perhaps himself taking the vows of the Holy Nazir, teaching a rather radical message of the imminent doom of the world and the need for the remission of sins through immersion. And it would be in this context, perhaps on a pilgrimage journey to Jerusalem, that John would immerse Jesus into the way. Just as Christian history from the time of the Gospels has downplayed the reality and important role of Jesus' immediate family, it's also basically done the same thing with John, his teachings, and the movement he founded. The simple truth is that Jesus joins and seems to extend, perhaps radically admittedly, the John movement. Jesus is immersed by John, declares that John is indeed more than a prophet, and that there was none born of a woman greater than John, despite those interpolations that try to correct that relatively odd statement. Further, even the most famous of Christian prayers, the so-called Lord's Prayer, was apparently developed by John himself. The earliest version of that prayer is recorded in the material shared by Luke and Matthew, what some people call the Q source at Luke 11, and it makes it clear that it wasn't the Lord's Prayer, it wasn't the prayer developed by Jesus, it was John's prayer. Even the Gospel of John, which is admittedly much more interested in theology than history, though often it does contain historically fascinating memories, records that after Jesus' baptism, He in fact goes on to make followers. He recruits people to join him, about half of which are actually taken from his own family, before Jesus himself travels into Judea and begins his own wing of the immersion movement. He's baptizing people. Thus, before he was Jesus the Christ, he was Jesus the baptizer. But before becoming a Christ, he would also become Jesus the exorcist. But what did John's original teachings look like? It seems like in addition to Torah law, John taught a simple message of tzedakah, supporting those in need, a classic Pharisee virtue. We find him saying that anyone who has 2 shirts should share with the one who has none, and anyone who has food should do the same. But also to avoid future transgression, even for classically unsavory professions. Even tax collectors came to be baptized. Rabbi, they asked, what should we do? He says, don't collect any more than you're required to. Some soldiers also detested at some level. What should we do? He says, don't extort money from people and don't accuse them falsely. Be content with your pay. Thus, given the remissions of sins via immersions, the logical idea is to simply avoid future sin given the imminent end of the world and the oncoming final judgment. John's preparing people for the end, seemingly both Jew and perhaps even Gentiles. But why did John recruit Jesus into the leadership of the way? Because it seems there were going to be 2 messiahs. Yeah, 2 messiahs. When we ask ourselves, was Jesus the Messiah? Did Jesus think he was the Messiah? I think we're just asking the wrong question from at least a historical point of view. In the time of Jesus, the concept of Messiah was still very much in development. It's still very much in development. And even the number of Messiahs people were awaiting wasn't exactly settled by any means. Certainly, people were awaiting a kingly warrior Messiah, descended from King David, to wage military war against the Romans and establish some kind of permanent Jewish home rule. But that wasn't all. The Essenes and others also awaited a priestly teacher Messiah who would properly consecrate the temple or reconsecrate the temple, teach the world true religion, and act as a kind of mediator between God and Israel, or God and the world more generally. Thus, that 2 messiahs were expected to rule as co-regents was just as likely in the popular imagination of that time as the rule of 1 messiah. And John clearly fit the bill of the priest messiah, from his family pedigree to his prophetic teachings. But what about Jesus? Was he a potential Davidic, kingly warrior messiah? The problem is Jesus' parentage, because being a Ben David, a son of David, was only as possible as established through one's paternal lineage. Maternal lines made you Jewish, but it was paternal lines that gave you inheritance. The problem here should be relatively obvious. It's Jesus' father. Matthew's genealogy attempts to provide such a Davidic inheritance through Joseph, through curiously mixing in women into the list. Tamar, Rahav, Ruth, and Uriah's unnamed wife are all women mixed into the genealogy who are marked by some type of sexual scandal. That sound familiar? Why in the world would it include them? Because it sets Matthew up for a wonderful sleight of hand. Jacob begat Joseph, husband of Mary, and from her was begat Jesus, called Christ. By including the women, Matthew is priming his readers such that when the shift is made, a shift that no Jewish genealogical tradition would allow, it seems more natural, even expected. Luke, on the other hand, attempts to fix this by tracing a Davidic lineage directly through Mary, perhaps to Nathan, brother of Solomon, which is better than Matthew's connection to Jeconiah, who is just kind of cursed and not allowed to be a king. None of his offspring are allowed to be kings. Further, the lineage through Mary is attractive because it also contains plenty of Matthews and Levi's, names associated with priestly lineages as well, which makes some sense given that Mary's relative Elizabeth married into a priestly family. But would such fishy genealogies have worked to establish Jesus as a potential heir to the Davidic throne? Well, yes and no, maybe. For the Jewish authorities of the time, just No, absolutely not. Joseph isn't Jesus' father, thus he's at least a suspected mamzer, and no amount of genealogical sleight of hand is going to fix that. Further, that very sleight of hand makes Jesus all the more suspect. Why are you fudging things for the brother? But John and Jesus aren't appealing to that crowd. Indeed, their message is going to indict just that elite population. But by the time the Gospels are written, more than 30 years after Jesus' death, the movement itself had shifted audiences from a mostly Jewish audience looking for a literal kingly Messiah ruling over Israel to a largely Gentile audience expecting the return of a spiritual Christ to rule over the world. Regardless, those early on adopted Jesus. Those early Jewish followers of the John movement were apparently happy to accept the message of Jesus. Indeed, it seems to be the case that Jesus took the message of tzedakah and the avoidance of sin as taught by John and radically deepened them. If the world was soon to end and the final judgment of all was at hand, then even more extreme measures might be needed to secure a place in the kingdom of heaven. And while Jesus clearly joined the John movement, Jesus also clearly seems to have radicalized its message. From the shared Matthew-Luke document, or Q, we can pretty clearly see the focus of Jesus' teaching. God will bless the poor, the hungry, the sad, the hated, and rejected, and inversely, he will scorn the rich, the full, and those who take joy in the world. Echoing John, Jesus commands his followers to share their clothing and food, but he also urges them to go further, to even love their enemies, to turn the cheek when struck, to loan with no expectation of repayment. And that last commandment is beyond even the prose bull of Hillel, which separates Jesus from the larger Pharisee movement. The rabbis, as Pharisees, were building a Judaism that might and did, in fact, survive the destruction of the temple. They were building a Judaism that could exist beyond the temple, in which the sacredness of the temple was to be found in daily life, in family, and especially in the home. It seems that the rabbis had some sense that the world they know might come to an end, but it was the end of a world. Jesus and John expected the end of the world, all of it. And thus, Jesus urged a radical form of love, communalism, and selflessness. But who was the audience of Jesus' teachings? We often imagine that Jesus' message was a universal one, but the evidence is that he was primarily concerned with his own Jewish community. He was a bit focused on the Jews, like most prophets. In fact, when he eventually sends disciples, he strictly instructs them to only go among Judeans, not to the Samaritans and the Gentiles, and is only willing to allow scraps to the Gentiles like the Syrophoenician woman. Of course, the end of the world will be the end of the world for everybody, but Jesus' message remains, I think, rather parochial. Indeed, it would be another apostle, the 13th apostle, years after Jesus' death, who would ultimately be sent among the Gentiles to spread his gospel. But at least at first, the message of Jesus was simply a more radical version of John's teaching, itself an apocalyptic extension of pretty typical Pharisee ethical ideology. Perhaps Jesus' more radical version, informed by his own experience of coming up scorned around the working poor in the Galilean backwater, unlike the priestly John living near the more urbane and sophisticated Jerusalem, informed him to radicalize this message. But in the first wave of the Messianic movement, they seem to have positioned themselves as dual messiahs, preaching the imminent end of the world with the means to achieve forgiveness of sins beyond the sacrifices of the temple. And the Gospels tell us that Jesus was gathering more followers than even John was at this point, down perhaps in Judea. But it seems that John truly struck a nerve, if Josephus is to be believed. Always in search of some kingly legitimacy, the Herodians would marry and remarry, always with a bit of debauchery and murdering in the middle. A really horrid lot, the Herodians. Here, Herod Antipas married his brother's wife, Herodias. This was adultery bordering on incest for most pious Jews. The Gospels, for their part, have John publicly condemning Herod Antipas for such a horrible, lewd behavior, and Josephus has Herod alarmed at the size of the growing Messianic movement. Both are probably right. The Herodians were never viewed by Judeans as really legitimate rulers, more as half-bred usurpers. And for their part, the Herodians' answer was to build fortification after fortification after fortification, awaiting the inevitable reality of indigenous uprising. The most famous of those fortifications, by the way, is Masada, the ruins of which still tower over the Dead Sea. Herod Antipas clearly understood the threat of the John movement. If there were a singular target of John's teachings, it was the Romans and their compradors, especially people like Herod Antipas. Whether John declared himself a Messiah or not didn't matter. He was objectively acting as one, and Herod Antipas knew how to deal with such men. John was arrested and held at his fortress at Macarius, literally meaning a sword. And for his part, Jesus got the message, at least at first, and suspended his own teaching and immersion program in Judea, retreating back into the Galilee. But autocratic escalation of tensions has a curious effect on those with an apocalyptic grindset. And despots from Herod Antipas in the Galilee to Janet Reno dealing with Waco, or the United States dealing with the death cult that was Daesh, have yet to learn this lesson. A core concept in the apocalyptic is that everything happens because God wills it to happen precisely as part of the divine plan. And the apparently worse things become, the closer things are to the end, truly then. Thus we have apocalyptic paradoxical praxis. Cracking down on the apocalypses causes them to double down precisely on that apocalypse. Jesus the Baptist didn't just give up on the way inaugurated by John, his teacher. Rather, it seems that he began to think to take the fight to evil itself directly. He became Jesus the Exorcist. Jesus' response to the arrest of John was clear as he declared, "The time is completed, the kingdom of God is at hand, repent and believe in this good news." But again, Jesus is surprising to us. Most messiahs at that time would have taken their fight directly to those earthly evils. Herod Antipas, the Romans, even other Jews who rejected their message, or they would have withdrawn from the world in some form of radical asceticism as those did at Qumran. Jesus decided to do none of these. And it's this what separates Jesus from people like the Zealots. He had little interest in armed resistance to evil in this world. Thus, Jesus was no kind of ancient guerrilla insurgent like the Messiah Bar Kokhba would be a century later, whose rebellion would erupt a century after Jesus' death, proving quite effective until he was massacred and the population subject to genocide. But he's no pacifist either, Jesus. His plan seems to have been twofold. First, to take the fight directly to the source of worldly evil, to Belial, the demonic powers infesting this world, and secondly, that the defeat of Belial, or Satan, would so undermine the powers of worldly evil, the rulers of this world, it would pull the rug out from underneath them, and thus set the stage for the inauguration of the Messianic age. Jesus was a militant, but he was primarily interested in combating metaphysical evil, and probably did believe that the Romans and their comprador Judean ruling class, along with the temple, would be overthrown and the kingdom of God established in that process. But it appears that Jesus thought that he would lead the former and that God alone would do the later. He didn't have to bring the fight to worldly affairs, he had to defeat metaphysical evil first. Indeed, I suspect that Jesus believed that by taking the fight directly to the forces of metaphysical darkness, it would so undermine Herod Antipas that John might just be released or freed somehow, and that the two of them would eventually be revealed as messianic rulers. And so Jesus retreated to Capernaum, gathered his forces, and began to lead a direct assault on none less than Satan. Now combined with his radical social message, Jesus begins to drive the forces of evil from the world. Indeed, the lion's share of his miracles are exorcistic in nature. He performs folk healings and has magic-like powers over nature. But again, historical and social context are key here. While Jesus' miracles do seem extraordinarily if we only read them in the gospel accounts, they aren't without precedent. Miracle workers were just a staple of the ancient world, and exorcism was widely practiced. Indeed, it just was basically medicine in most of the regions of the ancient Near East. Further, the Galilee produced so many miracle workers, there was even a technical Hebrew term for them, anshe ma'aseh. Now, I've done a whole video on these extraordinary anshe ma'aseh, these miracle workers. You want to check that out. But suffice to say, we have people like Choni the circle maker, who could force rainfall and heal disease at a distance. His miracle-working sons. We have Hanina ben Dosa, who confronted the queen of the demons, among many other miracles. In fact, it was said that miracles were just a commonplace for his wife. Shimon bar Yochai, who could incinerate the impious with his gaze alone, along with numerous other exorcists and healers. Jesus, the exorcist and miracle worker, fit firmly within the world of other Galilean anshe ma'aseh. However, it may not have been that all in the John movement preferred this shift away from immersion for the remission of sins toward miracle working. And the Mandean religion, perhaps itself and in fact an offshoot of John's immersion movement, still views John with awe and glory and views Jesus as basically a dangerous false prophet. And indeed, to this day, daily ritual immersion is a core feature of Mandean religion, which is a truly heroic survival from late antiquity. But that's not to say that it wasn't surprising or perhaps even a shocking turn of events in this transition from Jesus the baptizer and follower of John the Way to Jesus the healer and exorcist. Healing on the Sabbath was controversial, other miracles were beyond the pale of the movement, and the crowds were becoming simply overwhelming in size. Jesus was becoming a victim of his own success. Even the very family of Jesus were apparently, at least at first, so alarmed that they sought to seize Jesus because they thought that he had gone insane, a detail found only in the Gospel of Mark. But as the Q source makes clear, Jesus took it that if he could cast out demons, that was in fact proof that the kingdom of God was surely at hand. And it was his success, especially his success in confronting and defeating metaphysical evil, that perhaps led him to further clarity on his own messianic importance. But Jesus was no fool. He knew that being seen as a Messiah was a de facto death sentence. John was now rotting away in a prison, and that was proof of that enough. Thus, Jesus carefully proceeded with a great deal of subtlety. He curtailed discussion of his messianic character. He commanded silence of any such people that would be healed or make proclamations of his messianic character. And he kept this messianic character a secret as much as possible. Yet he acted messianically enough, especially in electing 12 followers, 3 of which were his stepbrothers, to act as a kind of provisional Israelite government, a move identically made by the Dead Sea Scroll community at least a century prior. Indeed, Jesus the baptizer became Jesus the Ish Ma'aseh, the exorcist, miracle worker, but he was now becoming something else. The miracle worker was settling into becoming a Messiah. Given this initial success, Jesus quickly expanded his confrontation with the forces of evil, sending out the 12 to do exactly the same kind of miracles that he had been doing. Indeed, he even imagines that such a confrontation may prove decisive, such that they might not finish going through the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. But who is he talking about? Who is this Son of Man? This apocalyptic trope emerges from the book of Daniel. Indeed, the timing of all of this Jesus movement may have been informed by the calculation of the weeks found in that very book. But for Daniel, the coming of this Son of Man, from the Aramaic term Bar Nosh, was the collective symbol for the leadership of the faithful Israelites to be given power over the beastly foreign nations. In some of the earliest gospel materials, such as in Q, Jesus will often refer to the Son of Man in the third person, making it pretty clear that he didn't think that it was him. We see the same thing in Mark, but this gets conflated on by later Christians. Rather, it was a cosmic event accompanied by celestial catastrophes like the sun going dark, stars falling from the sky, and terrestrial cataclysms like earthquakes, etc. But clearly by this point in Jesus' career, he expected that the Son of Man might appear immediately, thus inaugurating the end of days. This idea was so core to Jesus, the idea of the Son of Man coming, that it was among his last earthly pronouncements in his trial before the high priest. Jesus even sent word of such workings to John in prison, of these miracles, such that he had cured disease and confronted demons and taught to the poor, and even raised the dead, Shockingly, almost this exact language can be found in the Messianic Apocalypse 4Q521, written perhaps a century prior to the life of Jesus in the Dead Sea Scrolls, such that the Messiah would do just that: heal the wounded, revive the dead, and bring the good news to the poor. There was no mistaking this message, and perhaps Herod Antipas actually intercepted this message, because John the Baptizer, he was put to death. He was beheaded shortly thereafter. And the murder of John must have been completely devastating to Jesus and to the movement. After all, John was the teacher of Jesus, the founder of the way, and probably taken to be the priestly Messiah. He needed two. In the wake of this disaster and fearing for their lives, Jesus and his 12-member provisional government just fled as far as they basically could, far to the north to Caesarea Philippi, where the pivotal question had to be settled. Is Jesus still a Messiah? Now perhaps the Messiah? And if he is, what is to be done next? The execution of John was a disaster, but it wasn't a disaster without messianic precedent. The Damascus document, written in the aftermath of the death of the messianic teacher of righteousness, contended that his death was in fact the prophetic realization of the prophet Zechariah's words that if you strike the shepherd, that the sheep will be scattered, just before the final victory of Yahweh in Jerusalem. And indeed, that a Messiah might die, indeed must die, was already a notion in development in Jesus' time. In fact, it seems to have been during this period of Jesus' career that he came to the conclusion that both he and his followers must go to Jerusalem and suffer some kind of ordeal before the appearance of the Son of Man. Again, the murder of John results in apocalyptic paradoxical praxis, with the vote of support from his followers that he is, in fact, the Messiah. Jesus doubles down. He now sets his eyes on storming Jerusalem, effectively forcing the final unveiling. But did Jesus expect to die in Jerusalem, to be murdered there? My suspicion is that he felt that he would face some kind of final ordeal in Jerusalem, a confrontation with the ultimate forces of evil there, and probably suffer but still be saved in the last moment. A typical kind of apocalyptic cadence one we find in the War Scrolls, for instance. But following that salvation, some cataclysm would fall upon the earth, resulting in the final defeat of evil Rome. The corrupt temple and the worldly authorities would crumble, and he would be crowned king. Perhaps with John the Baptizer even revived from the dead somehow, and the Council of 12 ruling over the world, or at least ruling over a greater Israel. And as an opening salvo against those final forces of evil, Jesus sends his followers back into the countryside to confront evil, to heal the sick, and to proclaim the same message that he had sent to John in prison. Herod Antipas and the others must have just been flabbergasted. The movement, rather than sulking in defeat with the death of John, had returned with a vengeance. Their success put wind into the sails of Jesus' now truly messianic mission. Indeed, Jesus has one of the rare visions, mystical visions that we have in the New Testament, in which he sees Satan tumbling out of heaven like a bolt of lightning. He begins to make his move to Jerusalem, preaching, teaching, and healing, but carefully avoiding his enemies all along the way, all the while actively trying to keep the chatter about him being a Messiah to an absolute minimum. Jesus clearly felt that his and his followers' actions would then induce a chain of events which would inaugurate the coming of the kingdom of God and the coming of the Son of Man. Further, rather than seeing his actions and the actions around him as the completion of messianic prophecy, he was shifting gears. Rather than just witness fulfilled prophecy around him, passively seeing prophecy being fulfilled around him, Jesus would now actively seek to fulfill messianic prophecy in his Jerusalem quest. It was no longer that the end is coming and Jesus is to play a decisive part, but that Jesus' very coming to Jerusalem is bringing that very end. This is no longer the fulfillment of prophecy. This is messianic accelerationism. Jesus intentionally enters Jerusalem on a cult and messianic triumph. He arrives near Passover, the holiday celebrating Israelite deliverance from slavery, an annual period notorious for Jewish uprisings in the region. He brings his followers, especially his provisional government of the 12. His first direct action is to target the economic central nerve of the temple system, the money changers. Both a decisive strike, but also, again, further fulfillment of prophecy. He directly confronts Judean religious leadership to their face in the temple. Everyone in Jerusalem knows exactly what this is. They've seen some version of this messianic drama play out time and time before. Further, the Judean leadership knows exactly how this is going to play out. There's going to be a riot, maybe armed insurrection against the Romans, followed by brutal Roman suppression, but most of all, it will be a disruption to the tenuous status quo. The suppression of Jesus' messianic activity by the Judean leadership actually has very little to do with Jesus specifically. There were even members of the Judean leadership seemingly sympathetic to him and his message among the Pharisees and perhaps even in the Sanhedrin. Their problem was that his messianic pretensions, his rabble-rousing, and his instigating might cause a situation where Roman power, now led by the absolutely brutal prefect Pontius Pilate, would unleash truly nightmarish bloodshed within a Jerusalem now bursting at the seams with pilgrims for Passover. Simply put, Jesus had to be dealt with quickly and dealt with quietly. A public confrontation would likely spark at least a riot. Thus it appears that he was alone, or at least mostly alone, when he was arrested by a significant detachment of Judean and Roman security. And they were right. Even when he was arrested at night, armed combat with Jesus' followers was joined. If this arrest had happened inside Jerusalem, inside the temple, now swollen with pilgrims, primed with the message of Passover, it could have been a disaster. Jesus, however, pacifies his followers and is taken to be questioned by a hastily assembled Judean Inquisition, apparently led by the Sadducee faction, those with the most to lose from a Roman crackdown during the Passover at the temple. After all, Passover was among the most lucrative times for the temple finances, and the upper echelons of the priesthood, along the most wealthy in the region from precisely those funds, have absolutely no interest in a Galilean peasant upstart interrupting the foundations of the Jerusalem economy. The Sadducee high priest Annas and his father-in-law, the high priest, or former high priest Caiaphas, would have found Jesus a threat to the social order from which their income, from which their money came, and socially, theologically, they would have found him to be a bumpkin heretic at most. In general, they didn't care about Jesus. They cared about what he might cause. They simply wanted to get rid of him. And imprisoning him likely would have only deepened the potential crisis. They knew that he had messianic pretensions, and that alone was enough for convictions by the Roman for sedition. Let him be the Romans' problem, I imagine they thought. And with Passover starting the following evening, people would be busy anyhow. Maybe they wouldn't even notice what had happened. Basically, if he didn't survive the next day, he wouldn't survive into Passover and cause any problems during the holiday. But they needed a confession. Was he the Messiah and therefore an insurgent? They directly asked him this in front of witnesses. Are you the Messiah? And Jesus, for his part, saw this as his moment to directly confront the highest level of Jewish religious life, face to face. And what he had tried previously to keep secret, he now made as clear as he possibly could. I am, and you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of power and coming with the clouds of heaven. Both the high priesthood and the Galilean Messiah had both thrown down their gauntlets. For their part, the temple authorities had their confession, and thus they punted Jesus to the Roman prefect. Now, Christian history has long whitewashed Pilate, but the historical truth is that he was a brutal ruler. Philo denotes him as a mixture of willfulness and relentlessness, noted for being especially vindictive with a furious temper. Probably realizing the situation, I think that Pilate just didn't want to riot for killing the guy either. And realizing that Jesus was Galilean, Pilate punts him over to Herod Antipas. But at this point, Jesus has said all he's going to say, especially to the face of the man who murdered John. He's staring into the face of the man that murdered his teacher. I suspect that Jesus perhaps thought that Herod Antipas would get his comeuppance soon enough, perhaps even face to face with a resurrected John. Punted again back to Pilate, Jesus was quickly sentenced to torture and execution by crucifixion, the most wretched of the deaths, as Josephus put it. After beating Jesus within an inch of his life, mocking him as the king of Judeans, around 9 a.m. the next morning, he was nailed to a cross with other insurgents. From a distance, some of his followers looked on in horror. His own mother, who had very well beheld crucified insurgents near her own home while pregnant with Jesus years ago, now beheld her own son struggling for hours against blood loss, shock, struggling to breathe as the weight of his own body was suffocating him. I suspect that until the very end, Jesus and his followers anticipated divine intervention, the unveiling of the Son of Man, cataclysmic judgment on the sinful Israel, and the messianic redemption and elevation of Jesus himself, perhaps even the resurrection of John. At around 3 in the afternoon, just hours before the beginning of the Feast of Freedom, none of that had happened. And none of it was going to happen. Jesus cried out in what could have only been an anguish that none of us can imagine. In his Aramaic language, he cried, my God, why have you abandoned me?" Another Messiah had become a corpse. 1 John, now Jesus. Messianic dreams tend quickly to become nightmares. It seems that Jesus was hastily buried somewhere near Jerusalem given the onset of both the holiday and then Shabbat, and following the burial, the Jesus of history becomes the Christ of faith. We simply don't know what happened to the body of Jesus. I suspect that he was reburied, probably by his mother and some female followers. It seems like virtually all of the men fled or were in hiding, and for good reason. They didn't want to share his fate, though some eventually would. Jesus' mother had family in the area, as did some of his followers, and the areas around Jerusalem are just honeycombed with tombs from that period. But a part of me has always hoped that his mother and followers took his body back to Ein-Kerem, just west of Jerusalem, where she had come pregnant with him all those years before. And there I kinda hope he was laid to rest in a family tomb, perhaps not too far from the body of John, his kinsman, teacher, baptizer, and friend. What is clear, however, is that the execution of Jesus did not stop the Messianic movement. Following a return to the Galilee to regroup, James, the brother of Jesus, takes up the helm along with Peter and eventually seems to center the movement in Jerusalem. But the core teachings of Torah observance, radical tzedakah, and the imminent end of the age persisted after the death of Jesus. The way founded by John, radicalized by Jesus, and continued by James, his brother, himself now a contender for the Davidic throne, would continue. But some years later, the glorified Christ was now beheld by a man who would transform the teachings of John and Jesus. Paul would develop a gospel in which Jesus was a pre-existent divine being, through which creation itself came to be, who then poured out his own divinity to become the sinless human Jesus, who in turn was sacrificed as a sin offering for the redemption of all human beings. According to this gospel, Paul's gospel, Jesus was raised from the dead, attained a glorified, angelic-like divine form. He co-ruled with God and was soon, very soon, to return in judgment so as to doom many and glorify those who had trust in the gospel developed by Paul. And to this day, the documents that we now call the New Testament contain the fossilized remnants of at least 3 distinct gospels. Those of John, the founder of the way, those of Jesus and his brother James, and finally those of Paul. But it would be Paul's gospel, taken to the wider Gentile world following a mystical vision in Jerusalem, that would triumph simply as Christianity. In effect, For James, the message of Jesus remained central, but for Paul, Jesus simply became the message. But let's save that story for a part 2. Yeah, I want to come back to the emergence of the Gospels in the primitive Jesus movement and explore this gospelscape, if you will, of James and Paul. So I'll see you next time for that. I put some works that have informed my own thinking in this episode in the description if you want to check those out. But I want to say a special thank you to a scholar that has deeply informed my thinking on the historical Jesus, and that's Professor James Tabor. I can remember being an undergraduate and reading some of this literature on the historical Jesus movement, and a lot of it seeming to go way one direction and way the other. And I remember finding Professor Tabor's books, and it really spoke to me. It really came to me as if this is a glimpse into what have actually happened historically. And if you've watched this episode, you can probably hear very much the influence of Professor Tabor on my thinking about the historical Jesus. So I want to say 2 things. First, thank you, Dr. Tabor, if you're watching. Your ideas have radically informed me and shaped my appreciation, my deep appreciation of the historical Jesus. So thank you for your years of scholarship. And also, too, I want to point people in the direction of Dr. Tabor's YouTube channel. If you're interested in the way that I presented the historical Jesus, then you can go to his channel and explore lots of these topics at a much deeper level. So that said, Dr. Tabor, if you're watching this, thank you so much. But until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge. Thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
It's Friday, August 27th, 2020.
You ever randomly memorize port 80 and still not know what the hell it does? Bro, I used to treat ports like they were Pokemon stats. Just numbers, no clue what they did. Then I took Dion's Security Plus course, and they broke it down using actual real-life examples. Like port 22? It's your secure hallway to another system.
Here's an image of a pretty common data center where you have rack after rack after rack of equipment, and you can see there's a lot of equipment on one row of this, and there are many rows in this particular data center. There is a lot of technology in this data center, and there are many different services running on each of these individual racks. In this video, we'll look at different services that you might expect to find in a data center like this one. We're all very used to typing in a website into our browser address bar, so we might go to google.com or professormesser.com, but behind the scenes, there is some work done to convert that fully qualified domain name to an IP address. The device that's doing that conversion is a DNS server. DNS, of course, stands for Domain Name System, and it's responsible not only for resolving an IP address from a fully qualified domain name, it can also provide that same service in reverse and provide much more as well. This is a distributed platform with thousands and thousands of DNS servers running on the internet at any particular time. And the load across these DNS servers is distributed primarily based on the domain names that they support. So there are a group of servers that support professormesser.com, and anytime you type in my website, it accesses either those servers or a cached version of information from those servers to be able to provide you with the appropriate IP address. This is something that's usually managed by your service provider, or you may have a number of internal DNS servers that's managed by your local organization. Another important service is DHCP, or Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. This is the protocol that's able to automatically assign IP address and other configuration settings anytime you start your computer. You don't have to remember IP addresses or type anything in. DHCP will take care of all of that work for you. This is a widely used service that you will see not only a local network at home, but also the networks that we would use in our enterprise. And in the enterprise, we tend to have multiple DHCP servers for redundancy. If one DHCP server is suddenly unavailable, we have other servers that can still provide IP address information for devices on the network. File sharing provides a way to centrally store information so that you and other people in the organization can easily access it. This is a great way to share spreadsheets, documents, and anything else that you need to share with other people within your organization or with people that may be outside of your organization. There's usually a standard type of file service. If you're running in Windows, you probably have a service that is using SMB or server message block. If you have Mac OS in your environment, you're probably using Apple Filing Protocol. There are many different standards for sharing information, and it depends on the applications and the operating systems that you happen to be using. Most of the time, you don't even know if you're using SMB, AFP, or some other type of file sharing system. The operating system tends to hide those protocols, so all you see is a file management front end where you can drag, drop, rename, and modify the files that are stored in that folder. Although a great deal of our work is done digitally, there are still times when we need to print information onto a piece of paper. To be able to do that, we're going to use a printer, but we need some type of service that will manage the process of receiving these print jobs, queuing them up inside of the printer, and then making sure that all of those print jobs print successfully on those printing devices. Sometimes this is a separate computer that is connected to the printer, and that separate computer is running the print service software. Or it may be built into the printer itself. There may be a network card that you slide in. That card not only provides your interface to the network, it also provides the print service software.
Stock your lab. Explore our diverse portfolio of products from trusted brands. Quickly and confidently place and monitor orders. Source your research. View technical documentation, articles, and content relevant to your work. Equip your experiments. Check price and availability. Collaborate with shared shop.
If you were to look at the documentation for your printer, you'll probably see that it supports a number of different protocols for printing across the network, such as SMB, which is server message block, IPP, which is the Internet Printing Protocol, and LPD, which is the line printer daemon. Email continues to be one of the most popular applications used around the world. And of course, we need email servers so that we can send and receive these email messages. These email servers may be in the cloud and managed by your internet service provider or cloud service provider, or you may have local email servers in your own data center that you're managing yourself. This is one of those rare services that has a very high uptime expectation. You always expect your email to be flowing, and you always expect there to be access to your email messages. And as system administrators, we have to make sure that we're planning, designing, and implementing email services so that they are available as much as possible. If you're managing switches, routers, servers, firewalls, and almost any other type of device on your network, then you're probably collecting log files on all of those devices. Often you'll want to consolidate all of those log files back to one central database, and the protocol that allows you to do that is syslog. There's usually a central server called a SIM. This stands for Security Information and Event Manager. The SIM is a central consolidation point for all of your log files, and it allows you to correlate information together even across very diverse systems. Since you're bringing back a lot of log information to one central point, it's very common that your syslog server have a lot of log space available because you will be keeping logs for a very long time across many different systems. If you're accessing information from a browser, then you're connecting to a web server. A web server is one that responds to all of these browser requests and generally is using the HTTP or HTTPS protocol. That, of course, is the Hypertext Transfer Protocol and Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure. Developers build pages in a protocol known as the Hypertext Markup Language, or HTML, and those are web files that are stored on the web server. Your browser accesses those files, interprets the HTML, and presents to you the graphical display in your browser. If you've ever connected to your corporate network and provided your username and password, then you've probably interacted with an authentication server. You'll sometimes hear this referred to as a AAA server, which stands for Authentication, Authorization, and Accounting. The primary job of the authentication server is to check your username and password and then provide access to whatever services you might need. This usually has a centralized database so that you can easily administer all of the users on your network all from one central point. You don't generally see an authentication server on a home network, primarily because there's not a lot of services that you would need to connect to, and secondly, we usually will just use a username, password, and share that among our family members. But in an enterprise environment, we have to provide the highest levels of security, and we do that by making sure that everyone has their own set of credentials. Since the authentication server is an important step to gain access to every other resource in the organization, we usually create redundant authentication servers so that if one happens to fail, we're still able to authenticate. Most organizations are collecting a lot of different types of information, and we need somewhere to store that information. One of the most common places is a database server. Database servers store information in database tables. You can think of these tables as a very large spreadsheet, and they have the ability to connect tables to each other to form a relational database. That way you can have separate links where different types of data have relationships to other types of data in other tables. This creates relationships between different tables and allows you to easily link data together and find exactly what you're looking for. A standard language used to store and retrieve information from this database is known as structured query language. You'll hear this referred to as SQL or SQL. You'll see SQL mentioned in some of the popular database servers such as Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL, and others. Have you noticed that the time and the date on your computer is always very accurate? We're able to get that level of accuracy because your computer is talked to an NTP server or Network Time Protocol. This is more important than you might think because we use time for so many different things on the network, not only to compare log files across multiple systems, but many of our encryption technologies require that all of your systems are running with the correct date and the correct time. We will generally have one or more NTP servers running. They are referencing a central clock so that all of them have exactly the right date and time. And then on your local computer, whether you're running Windows, macOS, Linux, or any other operating system, there's an NTP client. Your NTP client is configured to access a particular NTP server, and it checks in with that server periodically to make sure that the date and time are always accurate. All of us have received unsolicited emails known as spam, and often we have a separate filter that puts spam into a separate folder or keeps it out of our inbox. We're able to perform that function thanks to a spam gateway. This is often a separate service that's in the cloud or on a separate server that evaluates every email message that's coming in, determines if it might be legitimate or might be spam, and then categorizes it properly in your email system. You'll notice sometimes that you have to go into your spam folder to see if you can find legitimate messages because this process is not always 100% accurate. This is an important service that keeps the unsolicited information away from your eyes and allows you to focus on what's important in your email inbox. Many organizations will put an all-in-one security appliance on the outside of their network between them and the internet. Sometimes we refer to this as a next-generation firewall, a unified threat management system, or UTM, or perhaps a web security gateway. These devices have many different functions all combined into one single device. This will have URL filtering or content inspection. It might be looking for malware, either in the email messages or real-time network traffic. It could have a spam filter built into it. It might even have a CSU/DSU for connecting to older wide area network connections. On the back may be router and switch interfaces, along with firewall functionality, IPS functionality, and even ways to shape the bandwidth to minimize the impact of certain applications on the network.
What's that?
has ice.
Can I take some? Thank you.
This is incredible. I can't believe how good.
And now for some real magic. Just pour it, mix it, and hack it. For cafe quality iced espresso, just the way you like it. New Nescafe Espresso Concentrate.
And there might even be VPN functionality that allows you to connect securely to other sites or to have end users connect directly to this device over a secure channel. One of the ways that organizations maintain the uptime and availability of their services is to have those services running on a load balancer. Load balancers are designed to connect many different devices all at the same time and be able to share the load across those many systems. So an organization might build a web server farm with multiple web servers, and they have those web servers connected to a load balancer. As incoming requests are received, those requests are distributed evenly across all of those servers. If one of those servers was to fail, the load balancer would automatically know that that server was no longer communicating and would take it out of the rotation. The remaining devices on that load balancer would then share the load with that server now out of the picture. This gives the technicians time to evaluate the problem, resolve that issue, and put the server back onto the load balancer, where the load balancer will automatically know that it's back in service and begin sending additional requests to the server now that it's up and running. This process occurs very quickly, and the end users have no idea that an outage even occurred. Some organizations will take advantage of a proxy server for either inbound or outbound communication. A proxy server receives a request from a client. It then makes that request on behalf of the client to that service, receives the response from that service, and evaluates the response. If everything within that response looks appropriate and is secure, it then now sends that response to the end user. This is primarily used as a security tool, but it can also be used for access control. It can provide some level of caching. It also has the ability to do content scanning so that you can limit what type of information is able to be received through that proxy server. Often the proxy server is sitting invisibly in the network, and the end users have no idea that there is a proxy that is evaluating the inbound and outbound traffic from their device. If you work in an organization that has a lot of industrial equipment, then you're probably familiar with SCADA or ICS. SCADA is the Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition System. You might also see this referred to as a Industrial Control System or ICS. So if you work for a company that provides power services, maybe you work in the oil and gas industry or a manufacturing company, you're probably very familiar with controlling that large-scale equipment using the SCADA technology. This is a specialized system that allows you to view, manage, control, and maintain these systems remotely. And it does it all across the network, which obviously means that we need a very secure network so that no one else gains access to these very valuable and in many cases, very important systems. Most organizations with these SCADA systems will have a completely segmented network that is only accessible either by physically visiting that particular part of the network or accessing it through a very controlled system. One of the interesting characteristics of technology is once you set it up and turn it on, it will go forever as long as it has power and the system continues to be working properly. And it's not unusual to walk through a data center and see equipment that was installed 10, 15, 20 years ago, or even longer. We usually refer to these older systems as legacy systems. Just because something is old doesn't mean that it's not important. And in many cases, these legacy systems can be very important, which is probably the reason that they haven't been swapped out already. And you may find that learning how to manage and maintain the legacy system can be just as important as managing and maintaining the brand new systems. Another important service might be an embedded system. An embedded system is a purpose-built device where very often we do not have direct access to the operating system that is running on that embedded system. For example, if you think about a fire alarm system or a time clock system, these are usually self-contained units where you are interacting with those devices on a daily basis, but you don't directly interact with the operating system. It's up to the manufacturer of that equipment to provide you with the tools to support it, but very often it's a system that doesn't require a lot of ongoing maintenance. The manufacturer of the system will usually give you everything you need to be able to keep that system up and running, but very often you don't have to do a lot of ongoing maintenance with an embedded system. Another category of services that has become very popular are IoT devices, or Internet of Things. This is a broad category of devices, which could be appliances such as refrigerators or coffee makers. It might be smart devices where you can talk to the device and have it perform a series of functions. Or maybe this deals with air conditioning or heating controls within your organization. Some IoT devices can provide access through a doorbell or a garage door. And one of the challenges with IoT devices is that the companies making refrigerators or speakers or thermostats are very good at making those appliances and air control systems, but they may not be good at connecting to networks and maintaining security of those networks. For that reason, you may want to put these IoT devices on their own segmented network to limit any access that could occur should someone gain access to an IoT device.
People can go crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Acronis take the headache out of IT security.
DNS stands for the Domain Name System, and this is one of the most critical resources and services available on our networks. That's because we use DNS to be able to provide IP addresses when all we remember is a fully qualified domain name. For example, you could type into your browser www.professormesser.com, and behind the scenes a DNS resolution occurs that translates the name www.professormesser.com into the IP address that is associated with that particular web server address. This means that we don't have to remember any specific IP addresses. All we have to remember is the name of the server that we want to communicate to. Behind the scenes, DNS will make sure that we're able to connect to that IP address. DNS provides this resolution and many other features as well, some of which we'll learn about in this video today. This DNS database is a hierarchy that allows us to find the IP address of any fully qualified domain name on the worldwide internet. We refer to DNS as a distributed database because this is a database that is scattered throughout the entire internet. Portions of this database are contained on different servers located on different networks around the world. If we were to drill down on the specifics of the DNS standard, you would see that there were 13 separate root server clusters. This cluster is more than simply 13 separate servers. In reality, there are over 1,000 servers making up that root server cluster. That root cluster allows us to then communicate with DNS servers that are handling top-level domains. These generic top-level domains, or GTLDs, are the ones that you might recognize: a .com, a .org, a .net, and so on. You might also see these top-level domains separated by country. There are about 275 country codes. For example, the United States is the .us domain, Canada is .ca, the United Kingdom is .uk, and so on. When we say that the DNS database is a hierarchy, this is a visual representation of what we mean. Underneath the top-level domains is a domain name such as professormesser.com, and you'll notice there is the .com, and just under the .com is the .professormesser. You can continue to add layers to this hierarchy. For example, our web server at Professor Messer is www.professormesser.com. We might also have a mail.professormesser.com, and so on. And of course, you could have individual servers and devices underneath those domain names as well. So you could have a katie.east.professormesser.com or a judy.west.professormesser.com. This allows you to organize your DNS infrastructure into a way that makes sense for your organization and have it accessible to anyone in the world. If you wanted to get some insight into how a particular DNS server might be configured, you might want to use different tools to be able to access that database. One of these tools is the dig command. Dig is a common command on Linux and Mac OS, and some versions of Windows also have a dig version that you could install. Dig allows you to perform a query against a DNS server. So if we dig www.professormesser.com, we get the results that are on this page. It shows us what commands we are using, gives us exactly what question is being asked of that particular DNS server, and then provides answers to the question that was asked. In this case, making a query for www.professormesser.com results in 3 separate IP addresses being returned. This represents the 3 possible addresses you could use to communicate to our web server. The reason we get 3 separate IP addresses in the results is that we have created a redundant series of web servers so that if one IP address is suddenly not available, you can use any of the remaining IP addresses to communicate to our web server. If you're on Windows, you can use the nslookup command to provide the same information. For example, nslookup of professormesser.com will return the same answers with the same 3 IP addresses.
To get started in data analytics, you don't need previous experience or a degree. The Google Data Analytics Certificate will teach you to code in R, to code in SQL, data visualization, and learning how to problem solve like an analyst would. At the end of the day, being a data analyst is about communication. It's the #1 soft skill that you'll pick up. And so learning how to take the information and make it accessible to a lot of people is at the core of being a strong data analyst. Ready to get started? Enroll today.
You can't count on the kindness of strangers.
The savagery of a storied rivalry continues.
Poetic stuff, partner.
But you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS, streaming on Paramount+.
When we make that query to the DNS server, we are returned information that is contained within the records of that DNS database. Those records are referred to as resource records, or RR. Those resource records contain information about the IP addresses we'd like to query, their certificate information, email details, host alias names, and much more. This is one of the reasons that we often say that a DNS configuration is not something you should toy around with if you're not familiar with what you're doing. One mistake made to the database inside this DNS server could cause one or more of your devices to suddenly become unavailable to anyone else on the internet. If you are going to make a change to a DNS server, just keep in mind that you should always have a backup and a way to easily revert to that backup if you run into any problems. If you manage your own DNS server, then this will probably look familiar. This is a configuration of a DNS server. You can see there is an SOA record at the top, an MX record, some A records along with that, and CNAME records also at the bottom. In this video, we'll go through each of these different record types so that you'll be familiar with why we would add that information into our DNS server config. My DNS server doesn't provide me with a way to look at the raw text configuration file, but there is a web-based front end that I can view. So this is the same information, but it's from a web front end for my DNS server. From this web-based front end, I can add new records, I can modify the records that are already here, or make any changes that I need to in my DNS configuration. One of the most common records in a DNS server is an A record. You might also see these as a quad A record or AAAA record. These are records that define the IP address for a particular host name. If you're adding or modifying an A record, that address record is used for IP version 4 addresses. If you're modifying a quad A record, that record is being used for IP version 6 addresses. To be able to see what this might look like in a configuration file, I have a record here for my web server, www.professormesser.com. This is an internet address or IP version 4 address, and the A specifies that this is an address record. And the other part of this record shows it to be 162.159.246.164. That is the IP address that I would like returned to an end user if they request it for www.professormesser.com. So if someone sends a request to a DNS server and asks, what's the IP address of www.professormesser.com, this record is accessed and it provides the answer of 162.159.246.164. If you're not editing a DNS server's text-based configuration file, then you might be adding a record through the web-based front end like I do. I'm adding an A record. The name of the host is www. The IP address is 162.159.246.164. And the time to live, which is how long someone will remember this IP address, is set to 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, this record will time out from a user's workstation and they will need to re-request that IP address to continue communicating to www.professormesser.com. This allows me to make changes to this IP address at any time, and I know that all of those changes will eventually be rolled out across the internet in no more than 15 minutes. The process for adding a Quad A record is very similar. We specify a Quad A record, the name of the device, the IP version 6 address that we'd like to use, and the time to live that we would like associated with that record. There may be times when a particular server is referenced using different names. For example, you might have one server that's used as a web server. That might also be your DNS server. It might also be an NTP server, and it also might be a mail server. But instead of referencing that server with a single name, we can use different names to associate the different resources. For example, if you have a server called mail.example.com, you might also want to use canonical names or C names for that server for chat, FTP, and www. This means every time somebody references chat.example.com, ftp.example.com, or www.example.com, they're all really communicating to a single server called mail.example.com. This makes it very easy to administer if you ever need to change the IP address of mail.example.com. You simply change the A record for mail.example.com, and all of the canonical records can stay exactly the same. One of the most critical records on any DNS server has got to be the MX records. This stands for the Mail Exchanger records, and these make sure that you're able to both send and receive email messages from your domain. The MX record itself is relatively straightforward. It starts with an IN for the internet. MX stands for the Mail Exchanger record, and then you simply have the name of the mail server. In this case, it's mail.example.com. When other mail servers need to send an email message to james@professormesser.com, they reference my mail server to see where the MX record is, determine the name of the mail server, then perform another lookup to determine the address record for that mail server, and now they know exactly what IP address they should be sending that email to.
Co-pilot, banana almost got me in my dream this time.
The banana's getting more aggressive, huh?
Yeah.
It might mean you're feeling pursued by a responsibility or deadline.
Why a banana?
The banana might just be your procrastination in a fruit suit. Or maybe you need more potassium.
Oh.
Some things are just better together. Introducing U.S. Bank Business Essentials, a powerful combination of checking and card payment processing with no monthly maintenance fee and quick access to the money you've earned. Together, we can make managing your business easier. That's the power of us.
In this particular case, that remote email server would reference our DNS. They would see that there is an MX record specifying mail.example.com. Then they would look at the address records and see that mail.example.com is 123.12.41.41. Each domain has its own set of MX records. Here's another MX record I use for a different domain name. This is one that I use through this web-based front end. The name of the host is mail, and the target name is mail.hover.com.cust.hostedemail.com. By using this front end, I'm able to make changes to that MX record to be able to send mail exactly where I need it to go. If you're configuring your MX record through a web-based front end, then it's the same editing process we've already used, where we would choose the name of the record, specify the host name, the target name, and the time to live. So far, we've talked a lot about IP addresses, fully qualified domain names, and the resolution between those two in our DNS server. But we can also use our DNS server to store important information that we would like others to be able to access. We refer to these records as text records or TXT records. These are human readable text records that anyone could reference from our DNS server, and we'll look at an example of those in just a moment. Sometimes you'll see these DNS records being used for verification. Often you'll be configuring an email setting, and the email configuration needs to ensure that you have control of your DNS server, and to be able to verify that, you add a special text record into your DNS that they can then access from their site. And there are a number of text records that we use to minimize the instance of spam, and we'll talk more about those specific text messages as well. If you wanted to view the text records available on my DNS server, you can use the dig command with a dig professormesser.com and then specify TXT. It will then show you all of the different text messages that are currently configured on my DNS server. In this example, there are two text records that appear, one for a Stripe verification and another one that's being used as an SPF record, and we'll look more at SPF records in just a moment. You can also use the NSLOOKUP command to view these text records. Let's look at all of the text records associated with the Google DNS. We would use NSLOOKUP -type equals TXT and then google.com. All of the results that you see here are the text records associated with the google.com domain name. I mentioned earlier that we often use these text records to be able to minimize the amount of spam that someone might receive, or to be able to verify that the email messages that have been sent really did come from your domain. One of the ways we do this is with a DKIM record, a domain keys identified mail record. If you were to look at the text records on a DNS server, you may see one text record that specifies V equals DKIM. That is a domain keys identified mail record. In the DNS server itself, you'll find a public key associated with this record. On your email server is the associated private key of this key pair. All of the outgoing messages from the Professor Messer website are digitally signed with my private key. When another mail server receives an email that I have sent, it sees that that message has been digitally signed. It then can refer to my public DNS server to retrieve the public key and then verify that the digital signature is indeed valid. This means the recipient knows that that message really was sent from my official email server. If you were to look at the configuration on a web-based front end, it looks very similar with the text-based host name, which is usually provided by your email server. And then you can find the actual content, which is the public key that you would put into that message. This can also be configured from a web-based front end by adding the DKIM parameters as the host name, and then in the text part of the field, you would add the public key as that structured content. And in this case, I'm specifying a 15-minute time to live.
People can go crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Acronis, take the headache out of IT security.
It's very common for an organization to send email from many different resources. There might be a private internal email server that's being used for outgoing mail. There might also be a third party that's used to send bulk email messages, perhaps once a day or once a week. And there needs to be a way that everyone can trust that all of those different email servers are legitimate and have been configured specifically to send messages on my behalf. The way that we would provide that information is through a text record that contains Sender Policy Framework, or SPF information. This SPF record allows us to put all of the email servers that we use. This means if your email server receives a message from ProfessorMesser.com, it can look at that message to see what the origination server was and then verify that that origination server is listed in our list of SPF allowed hosts. If you receive a message from ProfessorMesser.com, and the origination email server is not in this list, then you've probably received a message from a third party that is not associated with our domain. And adding a text record for SPF is very similar to adding any other type of text record. You would specify the record type as TXT. In the case of an SPF record, the host name would be all hosts or the @ sign, and the content is listed here with the appropriate outgoing email server name. This means any email server that is receiving a message can perform a number of different checks for the validity of that message. It can perform an SPF check to confirm that it really did come from a trusted server, and it can check the digital signature using the public key located in the DKIM text record. But what if one or both of these tests is invalid? What if this message did not originate from a trusted email server for that domain? And what if it did not have a valid digital signature? In that case, the receiver of that email message needs to make a decision on what to do with that email. Is this email thrown out completely? Is the email allowed to continue through to the end user, or is it placed in a spam or quarantine folder by default? It would be nice if I could tell the receiving server that if you receive any messages from me that don't validate with a proper mail server, or they don't validate with a proper digital signature, that those mail messages should be dropped and not sent to the user. Or I might have a different policy that says, don't remove that particular email message, but send it into the spam folder and let the user make a decision on whether that is a legitimate email or not. The way that we're able to let that recipient of the email message know our policy is through the use of a DMARC, or domain-based message authentication, reporting, and conformance record. This is a text record that allows us, the domain owner, to determine what happens with messages that are identified as spam but have our domain associated with them. Third parties can look at this record on our DNS server and see that we would either like to allow all messages to be accepted, send those messages to a spam folder, or simply reject the email completely. We can also include an email address with that DMARC record so that the disposition of that particular message is sent to a central reporting tool. That means that we can create a report showing how many of our email messages got through and how many email messages were identified as spam. Here's an example of a text record that contains the DMARC information. In this particular case, we're telling anyone that receives a message that did not validate properly to put that message into their quarantine folder or spam folder and take the results of that particular disposition and send it to the email address listed here to be able to compile it into a larger report later on. We've become very accustomed to turning on our desktop computers, our laptops, or our mobile devices and automatically getting an IP address. But it wasn't always this way. There was a time where you'd have to manually configure all of these configuration settings in your device. So you would manually have to put in your IP address, your subnet mask, your default gateway, your DNS servers, and any other IP configuration parameters. If you had a small number of devices, then you probably could configure these devices manually with the static IP addresses that never changed. But today we have thousands of devices on one single network, and it would be very difficult for an administrator to manually configure every single one of those devices. That's why we created DHCP, or the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. This is a protocol created in 1997 to allow us, the system administrator, to automatically assign this information across all of the systems in our infrastructure. So the next time you go to a coffee shop, you open your laptop and immediately start accessing the internet, you can thank DHCP. Although we don't often see this process that occurs behind the scenes to be able to assign these IP addresses, it is important as a system administrator that you know what's really going on. We often refer to this automated process as DORA, D-O-R-A. DORA stands for Discover, Offer, Request, and Acknowledge. This process occurs every time
adversity, our constant companion. We mustn't fail.
Put What you need? You got something that needs fixing? You got something to report? I got the right tool for the job.
Good to see you, friend. We mustn't fail. The Alliance must prevail.
Tell me of your travels.
Nobody likes a cracked windshield.
What was that?
No. But you can go to SafeLight.com and get it fixed now and pay later.
Awesome.
SafeLight can come to you for free. Don't wait. Get it fixed now and pay later at SafeLight.com.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
Together, your love turned the whole world on its head. And all the while, you were watching clothes dry. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen.
Greetings, friend of the Grummels. You smell of good fortune. Tell me, what's your lucky do?
Kulai Summit's where we stay. Sit around and trade all day. Bring supplies to Shadopan. Carry many bags we can. Tiny trogs we Grummels are. Looking small from near or far. Many greetings unto you. Tell me, what's your lucky do? Trail yakka, trail packer, move along the road. Trail guide leads the pack that do as they are told. Munchies, crunchies, lucky do's and loot. Hose and call us wickets and ambush our trade route. What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? Yeah, what's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? Pandas do kung fu. What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? Yeah, what's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? Friend of the Grummels. What's your lucky do? Standing by my mountain yak, carry around my backpack. Monkeys trying to attack, but we just stay on track. Lucky doos and funny hats, cousin Slow and sells you mats. Mountain goat has tiny tail, with good fortune we don't fail. Moving down the burlap trail, lucky noses will prevail. Grummel are to your avail, lucky don'ts will not entail. Long beards, baggage tall, lots of fur supply the wall. In the snow, Yeti stand, expedition yak is grand. Wishbone do the lucky do, Yeti do the lucky do. Whetstone do the lucky do, Cleanbelt do the lucky do. You can do the lucky do too, you just need a clean yak and good fortune unto you. This song stuck in your head, you'll be singing it in bed, in school, at the office, by the pool, with a bear, over there, in your car, at a bar. Trust in the lucky do, and it will take you far. What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? Yeah, what's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? Pandas do kung fu. What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? Yeah, what's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? Friend of the Grummels. What's your lucky do?
They're releasing the Epstein files. Important Ghislaine Maxwell, a newly released DOJ interview transcript, says she does not believe that Epstein committed suicide. I do not believe he died by suicide, no. Wow. So they released the entire transcript. Here's the problem with what I think this is. The newly released transcript shows Ghislaine Maxwell testifying that President Trump never acted inappropriately with anyone or received any, quote, massages. Todd Blanche, did you ever observe President Trump receive a massage? Let me see here. Did you ever receive it? And she says, no, she never saw it. And did you ever hear Mr. Epstein or anybody say anything that President Trump had done anything inappropriate with masseuses or with anybody in your world? Absolutely never in any context. Wow. Damn. The DOJ released all transcripts and audio from Deputy AG Todd Blanche's interview with Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell. Holy shit, man. That's actually really big. I don't even know what to say. Yeah, wow. Pardon, here we come. Well, here's the problem, right? Is that Trump has violated the trust, and I think that I think the way that he's acted has made people distrustful of him, and because of that, anything that he says and anything that people do, like, she could be telling the truth or she could be lying. Do you see what I'm saying? Nobody knows whether she's telling the truth or not. And I think that if he hadn't been so suspicious about how he handled the Epstein stuff, and they hadn't done such a bad job handling it at the beginning, you wouldn't be seeing this amount of skepticism. But because of that, I think that now you are seeing the skepticism, and there's a lot of people that just don't believe anything that they're saying, especially for a pardon, but I would believe it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Trump was always innocent. We always knew. I love this. As we knew, I know my president. I don't think that anybody, you should not trust a serial sex trafficker, pedophile, to be telling the truth. Now, you shouldn't also assume that she's lying, but you shouldn't, like, this is a thing where you trust but verify. Obviously, you cannot be sure that this is happening, but at the same time, you can have a general idea, right? She said never saw, does not clear him. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, maybe she was not involved or she didn't see it happen, but it happened anyway. I mean, there's a lot of ways that this could go down that would not necessarily really exclude that reality. So yeah, put her on a lie detector test. You realize that stuff doesn't work, right? I mean, like, why is every single deposition not done with a lie detector test? Well, the reason why is because it's not accurate. Like, if it was accurate, everybody would be using it. Yeah, they're not reliable. It's like kind of like reading it's one step up from body language readers, where it's like, yes, sometimes this is true, but it's not true at a ratio that's high enough that you can use it as a frame of evidence or a frame of proof that somebody is or isn't doing something. So yeah, sorry guys, Canada pulled back its tariffs. Yeah, I'll look at it in a second, but let me focus on this first. And so yeah, let me see if I can find the other post about this. See if I pull it up and see if there's anything else. It's too easy to fake it. Yeah. The Trump Department of Justice released the transcripts and audio of their interview with the Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell. Imagine that transparency.
Can you tell me again how a CBT Nugget subscription actually saves me money?
Your subscription gives you access to our entire library, including virtual labs and practice exams. The practice exams alone are valued at $100, so you can confidently say your subscription practically pays for itself.
See, we can't afford another video game.
Fine.
With your subscription, you'll unlock our complete library along with practice exams and virtual labs. Get your free trial today.
Man, Trump is innocent even with all the accusations against him. Did you see in person Trump? Probably sometime. Did you ever hear Epstein said Trump had anything inappropriate? Absolutely never. There's more of it here too. In my discovery, sorry, President Trump, there was nothing from President Trump. Do you remember one way that or other President Trump submitted a letter for his 50th birthday? She says she doesn't remember. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a pretty unique detail. It's not really a big surprise. You're right, we shouldn't take her word for it. We should look at all the other evidence against him. Oh, wait, there is none? Well, I mean, it's undeniable that Trump has said inappropriate, weird things about women that are underage, including his own daughter. He shouldn't have said that, and it was weird for him to say that, for sure. And I think that people hear him say that, or they hear something like that, and it makes people uncomfortable, and they don't trust him. I mean, so that's it. What has he said? I mean, you can just look it up, right? I mean, there's like 4 or 5 examples that I would have in my head. Actually, three examples I have in my head. Not enough to condemn him, though. No, you're right. Making inappropriate comments is the universe of difference between doing something inappropriate with a person who's underage. Like, you know, one of them, like, everybody has intrusive thoughts. Some people verbalize them. But none of that compares to the actual behavior. So yeah, it's such a double standard. I mean, I don't know about that. It depends. So yeah, logical man makes no sense to have blind faith. Yeah, exactly. And you can't really know. Why were they not uncomfortable with Joe's panty sniffing? Well, he wasn't doing that, but like he was sniffing people. And also they were. I think everybody can acknowledge and everybody agrees. Like, guys, are we all on the same page with this, by the way? That like, yeah, it's pretty fucking weird the way that Joe Biden acted around girls too. Yeah, it was fucking creepy. It was creepy and weird. Like, I wouldn't want to, you know, I wouldn't want my kid around something like that at all. Yeah. Like the comments about his daughter, it's hyperbole, but it sounds weird. Yeah, it just sounds weird, and it's just problematic. I mean, really, that's all there is to it, more than anything. So, yeah, I don't even worry about that. Did you check out the Destiny stuff yet? Of course, right? People are going to bring that up. Well, I will give you my opinion on the Destiny stuff. These are crimes. Potentially, if you are having, you know, sexual interactions with somebody who's underage, especially because it's done on the internet, and so it's being done federally. And so federally, the age of consent is 18. That is something that is beyond my pay grade. I am not a FBI agent. I am not a police investigator. I am not a lawyer. I do not have any of the information that they have. I'm not going to make, you know, statements, judgments, opinions, or anything like that, or draw conclusions based off of the existing evidence. So yeah, nice try, Glowy. Yeah, sure, right? In Texas, it's 17, but you don't want to play with that? Yeah, the age of consent is 17 in Texas, but the difference is that when you're communicating with people that are in multiple states, the age of consent defaults to 18 because it's online communication, which transcends states' rights. Like, because that obviously, right? Yeah, 16 at sus husband. Well, I'm just telling you, like, that's the answer to the question, right? You ask what's the age of consent, that's what the age is. Most states are 16. Well, yeah, it's a local server, exactly, does it? Yeah, that's my understanding, at least. I mean, I could be wrong, but I thought that's the way it worked. Either way, this is my opinion with the Destiny stuff. You make comments and accusations like that, that's a really big deal. That's extremely serious. I'm not going to go and I don't want to talk about it, really. I don't want to go through all the data. I don't want to figure out whether who's lying and who's not lying. That is something for the police to decide, and I don't want to have anything to do with it. So yeah, what if a teenager in Texas communicated with another teen from a country where the age of consent is 14? I don't know. I mean, you're talking about, like, you know, like 1% of a 1% of a 1%, right? I mean, I don't know. You'd have to ask some lawyer that deals in cases like that what the answer for that is. I have no idea. But either way, that's what I would say. 16 is too young for age of consent. Yuck. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't want to get into, like, a big argument and say, like, this is the age or that's the age. I think that here's one thing that a lot of people can agree with, though. Whenever you're over, like, 30 years old, you probably shouldn't be trying to talk to a lot of teenagers. Even if they're, like, 18 or 19, a lot of people think that's weird. No, I'm not saying that you can't do it. Obviously, legally, you can do this. It's okay legally for you to do this. But I think that it makes a lot of people uncomfortable, and it's a bit odd. So, that's it. Why the fuck have an all-states man at 18? Well, I mean, the fact is that, like, you know, historically, 18 is a very old age. I mean, many people had kids back in the Middle Ages, like, whenever they were young teens. Like, it's actually a very, very weird thing, or a recent thing that, you know, the age is as high as it is. But I think the reason why is, I mean, there's a million reasons why. I mean, we're living in a totally different society. People aren't dying at 35 like they used to. And so we're on a totally different timeline. So obviously it makes more sense now. But the point that I'm making is that, like, I don't want to have a big argument over what should be the age of consent, right? But the point is that if you're doing it, even if it is somebody that is of age, I mean, if you're like 37 or 36 or whatever, that's a pretty big age difference, right? It is. And, like, I get that, like, guys want, you know, they'll see some hot young girl, you know, that's like some 19-year-old girl on OnlyFans, and they'll think that she's really attractive, and, like, okay, yeah, you want to do that, that's fine. But, like, going and having an active relationship with her and everything, that's very different than just being a gooner. And so, yeah, human brains don't fully develop till 25. It should be higher. I don't know. I think that the age, like, do you guys agree with me here about, like, the age difference being a big factor? Because, like, for me, like, so I'm 35. I'm 35. It would be very odd for me to date a girl seriously that was 20 years old. I would say, do you remember back whenever they had VHS and she would say no? You know? Like, she born after 9/11, right? I mean, damn, that's a totally different universe. So it's legal, right? It's legal to do that, and, you know, sure, somebody wants to do that. I'm not going to really criticize them, but that's just my opinion. That's the way I feel about it. Something being weird doesn't mean it's wrong. I don't listen. What consenting adults do between each other is between them. You're asking me what my opinion is. I'm giving you my opinion. But fundamentally, everybody gets to choose their own destiny. And I think that's fine.
Grow thicker, fuller hair in as few as 3 to 6 months with doctor-trusted ingredients. Hims prescription hair treatments are formulated with finasteride, proven to slow down hair loss. Minoxidil, proven to increase hair count. Plus biotin, which helps support healthy hair. Choose from a range of products to power your hair gains. Regrow hair like a pro with doctor-trusted ingredients. Start today at hims.com.
4 Idaho college students were brutally stabbed to death.
That's the last thing you ever think's gonna happen.
The DNA matches Brian Koberger.
He's either guilty of murder or the unluckiest man in America.
Ah, damn it. The girl likes 20 and I'm 35? Then go out with her. Do whatever you want. Like, why would my judgment on something have an impact on the way that you want to live your life? Why should you allow me to make a decision on the way that you want to live your life? Do whatever you want to do. There's nothing wrong with you doing that. But, like, again, I'm giving you my opinion. Yeah, live your life. Yeah, YOLO, right? Would you go for 25 if she's into you? I don't know. Maybe, probably. Depends on who it is, right? I mean, I don't know. Like, I think it depends on a person. I'd have to think about it. I mean, I'd probably want to date somebody at least a little bit older than that, but, like, maybe not. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, I mean, beggars can't be choosers for some guy like me, right? But overall, that's the way that I feel about it. So, yeah. Anyway, I don't want to comment. This is the same thing I've said before about other people's allegations, is that sexual allegations and sexual misconduct allegations, I don't want to make comments on those events anymore. Unless it is like a super cut and dried case, I do not want to do that. Because I feel like a lot of the people that do it, I'm going to be real, do not do it in a way that is responsible. And I think that I've probably been a person who's done that myself in the past. And so at this point in my life, I don't want to have anything to do with this anymore. Like, I don't want to comment on actual legal matters. I want to leave that to the police and the courts to decide. So really, it's just that simple. Would you accept it if your daughter was with an old man? If my daughter was, like, let's say, so, like, if I had like a 20-year-old daughter and she was dating like a 65-year-old guy, no, I wouldn't like it at all. I think it was really weird. Now, obviously, like, it's her right to do that. But, like, I mean, and it's not like I disown her. But, I mean, and it's like, so basically, I would be, it's her life. She can decide and do what she wants to do. Like, I wouldn't say, like, I hate you now. I don't want to talk to you. Like, I don't want to have anything to do with you. If she had a kid with them, I'd take care, you know, I'd be like, oh, this is my grandkid. Yeah, for sure, right? Of course. But at the same time, yeah, I think it's weird. Yeah, I mean, I mean, isn't that normal? Yeah, I think that's totally normal, isn't it? You wouldn't be, yeah, I wouldn't be comfortable with it, but I would accept it because it's her life. She's an adult and she gets to choose what she wants. That's it. I know. What a boring hope.
I'm someone.
We do is an optimization problem. Even, and this is kind of ironic, even taking exams or anything along those lines. Let's say you're taking a certification exam of some type, and they say passing is, you know, 75%. 75% above is a pass for the certification. And so you study really hard and you work really hard and all that, and then you get to the exam and you don't realize that it's an actual optimization problem. You scan through the exam and you say, oh, I can do these 60 problems easy out of the 100 problems that there are. Let's say there's 100 problems on the exam. You look through and you're like, oh, these 60, I can knock out of the park, easy, right? I get all those correct, that's fine. And in the back of your head, you're like, I gotta get that 75% cutoff though. So what am I gonna do? Well, the ones that I may not necessarily know, then I start trying to optimize, like, okay, I think I know this one, I think I know that one. Maybe I can eliminate some choices and all of that. What are you trying to do? You're trying to optimize your score. That's ultimately what you're doing, right? You wanna get the highest score possible. That's an optimization problem at the end of the day, right? Everything we do can be couched in an optimization problem. So optimization boils down to, well, if I give you a function, for example, okay, let's say I give you this function, whatever it is, I give you the graph of it, let's say. And let's say the function does something along these lines. It does something like that, I don't know, okay? That's a function, that's fine. Frankly, I don't know what its equation is, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the equation is. But that's what it is. And maybe this thing has a physical interpretation in the real world. Maybe this is something where it's my revenue in my business or something like that at some point, right? And that's what this is modeling. Well, then it's relevant to say the following things. It's relevant to be like, well, where does this occur, right? That's some sort of peak kind of behavior. That's kind of like a maximum to some extent, right? Like that's where locally my function is maxing out, right? If I kind of like narrow my input to say like I'm only allowed to look at input values in that range, maybe that's the first quarter of the year, okay, that's my range, and I want to say like that maxes out there, like how do I characterize that maximum, right? And then maybe I move over to the next one and I say, well, that bottoming out, like that's relevant too. I want to know what that's about, because that means I didn't have that great of a quarter potentially, right? Like I bottomed out. I didn't get as much, you know, revenue or profit as I wanted to. And the same thing goes for this, same thing goes here, same thing goes here, same thing goes here, right? Hopefully this isn't your business, like down here, right? Like you got negative revenue, negative revenue stream. That's not great. But I want to kind of classify, like, if you gave me the formula, if you told me y is equal to f of x, and you said, look, Robbie, here's f of x. Find out where those peaks and those valleys are. Okay, I want to know where they are because that's relevant to my business. I want to know what are the input values that maximize this, because I want to keep doing those. I want to keep doing those, right? Well, what are the ones that give me like the lowest value? I want to avoid those at all costs, right? Kind of thing. So this is relevant, yes? Okay. So what we have to understand is that the derivative has an interpretation. So the derivative represents a rate of change, okay? It also represents the slope of, okay, so new vocab word, all right? So these lines, like if I looked at this top thing and I just drew this entire horizontal line right there, okay? Do we agree that that line isn't fluctuating up or down? It's completely flat, okay? It's completely flat line. So this line has slope equal to what? Well, the slope tells me how pitched the line is in this case. So if the slope, or if the line is completely horizontal, then the slope is nothing. The slope is 0, okay? So that's the slope is equal to 0. Now what's special about this line is that it just kisses off the graph in this one point, okay? Whatever this x value is down here, okay, whatever that x value is, if I evaluate something at that x value, I should get 0, ultimately. So what is that something that I'm evaluating it at? That's f prime at x is equal to 0. So this also represents the slope of the tangent line. Okay, tangent line, that's the new vocab word. That's what these horizontal lines are. They're tangent lines to the graph. It means that it just bumps off the graph at this one point kind of thing. Now they don't all have to be horizontal. They don't have to be horizontal. Like you can look at, say, this point right here, and you can say, well, I could draw a line that's going to just bounce off of that at one point, and that's a valid tangent line. That's completely fine. But it doesn't have anything to do with the derivative being 0. Okay? In this case, if the slope of this line is given by the derivative evaluated at whatever that point is, we would say it's negative at this point. Maybe it's like -2 or something like that, right? So that's not necessarily a relevant point for us necessarily right now because it's not characterizing this valley or one of the peaks associated to it, right? Okay? So it also represents the slope of the tangent line at the point x. So there's multiple representations of what is the derivative. Just like in ordinary language. In ordinary language, words can mean, like you can take a specific idea or a specific object and you can have multiple words for describing that particular object. Do we agree? The derivative is no different. The derivative, we can say, well, it's a rate of change. That's fantastic. We can say it's the slope of the tangent line at the point. That's completely fine. We can say it's the instantaneous rate of change of whatever the object is. Like it has a lot of different interpretations, but the one that we're going to really care about is that it's the slope of the tangent line at that point. Okay? So what we notice is that, so here's an observation. And I have to say, mathematics kind of gets this, it has a stigma about it, that it's so difficult, or that it's so hard, or it's all these things. And to be brutally honest, it is. Like, it is pretty difficult at the end of the day. But one of the most important things you can kind of get into your head is that you don't have to be an expert to make observations about something. You don't have to be an expert to make observations about something. For example, you don't have to be an expert in art history or something along those lines to walk into a gallery and look at a painting and say, that color is yellow. You can make that observation. It seems silly and it seems trivial and it seems like completely inconsequential to go in and say like, oh, that color is yellow, right? We kind of like get in our heads and we're like, no, if I can't go in and say that, oh, this is from the Impressionist era, or that's a Monet, or that's a Van Gogh, or something like that, then we're somehow like those observations don't matter to some extent. In mathematics, it's completely different. In mathematics, making some of the most quote-unquote trivial observations can sometimes be the most important observations. If I give you a graph like this, and somebody stands back and they're like, oh, well, the slope being 0 seems to be relevant. Somebody might look at that and be like, well, that's a trivial observation. It's like, no, it's not. It's a very important observation because when the derivative is equal to 0, I get this local max type behavior, like in this little window that's a max, that's a min, max, min, max, min kind of thing. And that turns out to be extremely relevant and extremely important. Okay, so even some of the most quote-unquote trivial observations can actually be the most profound. So the observation that we're making here is that f prime at x being 0 is relevant for maximum / minimum behavior. Okay? Do we agree? the derivative is equal to 0 has something to do with some sort of maximum and minimum behavior. Okay. So what I want to get at today is saying the following. How do I figure out when functions equal 0? How do I actually do that? Because we now have this observation and this motivating problem of saying, look, if I can find the x values for which the derivative is equal to 0, then I can find x values where I'm going to have maximums or minimums. I can find values like that, okay? And so what's the relevance in the real world about finding maximums and minimums? Well, go back to what we talked about earlier. We talked about saying in machine learning and data science and things like that, you're trying to model based on the data that comes in, right? You're not going to have a perfect model at the end of the day, right? If I'm buying something online and my user history is telling me, oh, well, here's a recommendation of what you might buy, I may not even buy those things, right? At the end of the day, I may not buy those things. Just because you recommend it to me doesn't mean that I'm going to buy it. So the model that you're giving me isn't perfect. It's not saying like, oh, by the way, because you bought these 3 textbooks, you should buy this one. It's like, no, I'm not going to buy that kind of thing, right? The model isn't perfect. It's not predicting exactly what's going to happen. It's just giving me a recommendation, okay? So there's some error in the model. And the idea is that you want to minimize that error. The smaller the error, the more accurate the model. And if my business is selling products to somebody, then I want that error as small as possible so I can make the most recommendations to my consumers so that I can generate more revenue at the end of the day, right? So if I want to figure out minimum type behaviors, I'm trying to figure out where the derivative is equal to 0. So this is a relevant question when I'm looking for a particular function and setting that equal to 0. So what I want to go through today is one of the most important algorithms. Okay, what is an algorithm? It's effectively a list of instructions. It's a recipe of sorts. That's how I like to think about algorithms. Is it tells me you do this set of instructions and I will give you this output kind of thing. At the end of the day, that's what an algorithm is. Okay, you give me a recipe, you put that recipe together, and I will give you an output, whatever that is. All right? So one of the most important algorithms in mathematics or in the world in general is what's called Newton's method. Okay? Newton's method. This is by far one of the most important of all time. And what's interesting is that it's actually a very simple idea. And I think that's what makes it so beautiful, is that it's one of the most profound, applicable ideas in the world today. Okay? This isn't just math that you learn that you're like, oh, this was created back in the 300 BC in the Greek era, whatever, and you're learning mathematics from thousands of years ago. No, this is relevant today. This is relevant today. Okay? So Newton's method, it's the following thing. If someone were to come up to you on the street and say, hey, what's Newton's method? This never happens, by the way. Like ever, right? Like this never happens, okay? No one ever comes up to you on the street and says, explain a math concept to me. But if somebody were to come up to you and say, hey, what is Newton's method? The idea is it's trying to figure out where a function is equal to 0. That's the idea, okay? It's a very simple idea, okay? The idea is where does some function, I'll call it g, equal 0? That's all it's asking. Now for us, we're going to apply it and say, look, the function g that we're interested in is f prime, the derivative, because I want to know when is the derivative equal to 0. But this isn't simply just the derivative is equal to 0. This is more broad than that. It's saying any function you can think of whatsoever, where is it equal to 0? Is there a method to actually do that? Okay? And so here's the beautiful thing. The idea behind it is you guess, which is kind of nice. You guess, and then you check to see if it actually works, right? In a systematic way. So that's fantastic. Now, if you're anything like me, I wasn't the greatest of students to some extent, right? In elementary school, when I would be given the math problem of like, well, guess and check. right? The teacher's like, well, guess and check. And I just throw out a number. I'd be like, 7. And the teacher's like, what? Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, what are you talking about? 7. I was like, you said to guess. And now I'm going to check, okay? 7 doesn't make any sense, all right? And then they would say, well, that doesn't make any sense. Like, think about it. I'm like, all right, 12, right? And I'm like, I didn't like the method of guessing and checking, but that's effectively what Newton's method is, okay? So here's how we do it. Here's how we do it. So I give you the graph of the function g, whatever it is, okay? So let's say it does something, like this, y equals g of x. Now, it crosses the axis right here. So what does that mean? Remember, a function takes an input x, or whatever you want to call the variable, t, theta, y, it doesn't matter what it is. But it takes the input, and then it gives me an output. So this is saying, look, if I want to figure out where g of x is equal to 0, I'm saying find the input x such that g of x is equal to 0 in that case, okay? So the input is x, the output is the y value, g of x is equal to 0 in that case. That's what I'm trying to find. And so what Newton's method does is it says, okay, choose a random point. Choose a random point and see what happens, okay? So you choose a random point. Let's say I choose this point right here. And you label it with a subscript, okay? So it's x sub 0 to indicate that that's your first guess, okay? X sub 0. And Newton had the amazing insight where he said, okay, the first thing I'm going to check is I'm going to take x0 and I'm going to plug it into g. And maybe I'm incredibly lucky. Maybe I'm incredibly lucky, and I plug it into g, and g of x0 is actually equal to 0. It's a miracle, okay? It's a miracle. I actually guessed what the answer was off the top of my head, okay? That never happens at the end of the day, right? It very rarely happens, okay? So he says, okay, well, here's the thing. If I go to x0 and it's not 0, well, then that means that it's either up here or it's down here. Do we agree? It's one of the two. It's either positive or it's negative. If I'm not 0, then I'm either positive or I'm negative. Those are my only possibilities. In this case, I go up to the curve and I say, okay, there's the point. Okay? There's the point. Now, what are the coordinates of that point? Well, it has an x coordinate and it has a y coordinate. The y coordinate is the output. And so this coordinate, these points here, look like x0, g of x0. That's what I have, where g of x0 is not 0. Okay? So I look at that and I say, all right, well, what can I do? Well, I can look at the tangent line to the graph at that particular point. Okay? Now, it's not clear why that would be the right thing to look at, but I can at least look at it. So let's say I draw the tangent line associated to this. Okay, so I'll do my best. Here's the tangent line. Okay, that's not too bad. All right? So there's the tangent line. Can I come up with the equation of that tangent line? Well, sure. Each line, okay, so what are the ingredients you need for a line? For a line, you need two things. You need to know the slope of it, okay? How tilted is it at the end of the day? You need to know how tilted is it, and you need to know at least a point that it goes through, okay? If you tell me the line looks like this, and it goes through this point over here, then I can simply just be like, oh, okay, there's my line. I need a point and I need a slope, okay? So for a line, you need a point. Okay, well, that's good. I have one. I have the point x0, g of x0. Okay, so my point is x0, g of x0. But I also need the slope. Okay, so how would I get at the slope? Well, that's what the derivative does. The slope is going to be g prime at x naught, at x0, okay? Sometimes x0 is called x naught, all right? So now I have my slope and I have my point. So then I have to go back and be like, all right, if I have my slope and I have my point, what's the equation of the line? Okay? So there's a nice formula for this. It's called the point slope formula. Okay? This is one of those things that, if you're like me, I have a hard time remembering things. So I have to kind of remind myself, like, how do I actually get to this thing? How do I actually get to this particular formula, okay? I'm gonna give it to you. So the point slope formula says the line will look like this, okay? And let me break this down for you, okay? Let me break this down. It says the following. Look, m is gonna be my slope, so that's how tilted the line is at that point, okay? M is my slope. And the point, x0, y0, that's this point here. It's the point that the line goes through, okay? It's the point that the line goes through. So for us, this looks like what? This looks like y minus, okay, what's my y coordinate in this case? My y coordinate is that guy. It's my y0. That's my g of x0, okay? So that's y minus g of x0 is equal to my slope, and I have to say, okay, well, I'm looking at a line. What kind of line am I looking at? Well, I'm looking at the tangent line. So the key word here is tangent. Tangent is cueing you in and saying that the slope is equal to the derivative, okay? That's kind of the word association that you should see. Like if I'm thinking tangent line, I'm thinking derivative, okay? Tangent, derivative, kind of thing, all right? So m is gonna be g prime at x0 times x minus x0. So this equation right here is the equation of this line right there. That's the equation of the tangent line, okay? Now, what Newton said was he said, look, okay, if that line isn't horizontal, then it has to cross the x-axis somewhere. Think about that, okay? Think about that. You draw a line on the ground, okay? You draw a line on the ground. And you say, as long as I'm not parallel to that line, I have to cross it somewhere. Do we agree? Right? The only way that two lines don't cross is if they're parallel to each other, okay? So if this line, if this tangent line right here is not horizontal, then it's not parallel to the x-axis, which means it has to cross the x-axis somewhere. That was the insight that Newton had. So he says, okay, well, if it crosses someplace, then what is the y-coordinate at where it crosses? How high is the y? Well, it's equal to 0. It's equal to 0. Okay, so I cross the x-axis, crosses the x-axis when y equals 0. Y equals 0. Okay? So my question to you is, look, if y is equal to 0, what is the x value for which y is equal to 0? So I'm saying set y equal to 0, solve for x. That's what I'm saying, okay? So let's see what happens. Let's see, let's do it right here. All right, so if I set y equal to 0, I get minus g of x naught equals g prime of x naught times x minus x naught. Solve for x, okay? Well, how am I going to do that? Well, remember, g prime is a number, okay? So this is really like 2 times x minus 5, solve for x, okay? So what I can do is I can divide both sides by g prime. Divide both sides by g prime. Okay, those will cancel. And then I can add x0 to the other side. Okay, so I add x0 to the other side. And what do I end up getting? I get x is equal to x0 minus g of x0 over g prime of x0. Do we agree? Okay, I divide by the g prime. That cancels here, and then the x0 I just add to the other side. So that's what I get. So here's the beautiful thing about it. What is that x value? That x value is right here. It's that x value. And what's the property that that x value has in terms of finding where g is equal to 0? It's closer. It's closer than x0 was. Do you agree? Okay, g crosses here. I'm trying to figure out what is that x value. And so I start with a random point, x0. I ask myself, is g of x0 0? The answer is, well, no, it's not. So I say, okay, go find the tangent line to it. So I go up, I find the tangent line, and I say, okay, well, where does that cross the x-axis? If it crosses the x-axis. That's a big if, okay? If it crosses the x-axis, then I can solve for what it is, and here's the point. I can call this x sub 1, so this will be my x sub 1, and I can say, look, x sub 1 is closer to where g of x is equal to 0. And then I can just reiterate the same process. I can do this over and over and over again, okay? Now that I have x1, I ask the question, does g vanish at x1? When I plug in x1, is g of x1 equal to 0? If the answer is no, then what do? I go up to the curve, I look at this point now, I find the equation of the tangent line associated to that. I find out where it crosses, I call that x2. I then go back up to the curve here, I draw a line, I see where it crosses, I call that x3. What are the x's doing? x0, x1, x2, x3. What are they getting close to? They're getting close to precisely where g is 0. They're getting close to precisely the point that I'm interested in. Okay? That's the beauty of Newton's method. Okay, so Newton's method, it's an iterative method, okay? Iterative meaning that I start with x0, I run Newton's method once, I get an x1. I start with x1, I run Newton's method, I get an x2. My next iteration of Newton's method gives me a new x value each time, okay? At least in theory. There are pitfalls where this fails, and we'll talk about where this does fail, okay? But at least in theory, I get a sequence x1, x2, x3, x4, where those things are getting closer and closer and closer to where g is equal to 0. Okay, do we agree? That at least picture-wise, proof by picture, which is never a good thing, but proof by picture, this concept seems relatively solid. Okay? That it might generate a method for figuring out where a function vanishes is equal to 0. Okay? So there's a couple things I want to talk about now. What do I mean by an iterative, like what is my formula iteratively, okay? So if I've run this 12 times, what's the 13th step? What is x13? If I've run it 70 times, what's x71? Okay, how do I figure out what those are? So from this formula, you can kind of figure out what the corresponding thing is. Again, this is one of those observations. If I look at it, I say my next iterate, x1, is equal to some formula. Looks relatively complicated, but it's some formula on the right-hand side. But notice x0 occurs there, and it occurs there. So I can ask myself the question, okay, what would x2 be? What would x2 be? Well, think about it. What are you doing for x2? You're literally doing the exact same thing you did for x0. So if this is my formula for getting x1, given that I had x0, what do you think your formula is going to be for x2? Well, I'm probably going to have x2 is equal to what? Well, now x0 plays the role of x1, or x1 plays the role of x0. This becomes x1 minus g of x1 all over g prime of x1. Do we agree that that's at least plausible? Okay? x0, again, was playing the initial guess. Okay? And when I did that, I got x1, which was given by this particular formula. So now if I start with x1, that's like quote unquote my initial guess for the second round of Newton's method. Okay, x1 is my initial guess. Well, then it stands to reason that x2 is going to be x1 minus g of x1 over g prime of x1. And if I say, well, what's x3? Well, now x2 is playing the role of my initial guess. And so my formula is going to look like that. So I would guess that x3 is going to be x2 minus g of x2 all over g prime of x2, and so forth and so on. Yes? That seems plausible, at least. Okay? It turns out that Newton's method says the following. Start with some x0. Okay? You get to choose that. This is the beautiful thing about it, is that you get to choose what x0 is at the end of the day. Okay? So if you have some intuition where you're looking at your function and you're like, oh my goodness, I think x0 is like 1/2 is probably close to where my function is 0. Then guess x0 is 1/2. That's fine. And run Newton's method. If you have no idea what the value is going to be close to, then just choose one and run the algorithm and see what happens, okay? So you start with some x0, and then subsequent iterates are given by, it's called given recursively. Okay, I'll explain what that means by the following. The n plus first iterate, okay? So the notation is a little confusing, but all it's saying is the next iterate that you get will be equal to the previous iterate minus the value of the function at your previous iterate divided by g prime at that iterate, okay? Exactly like we have down here for x2, x3, and so on, okay? The n is a little confusing because like when you see this notation, you're kind of like, wait, wait a second, what is n? Okay? You get to choose what n is, okay? So for example, if n is 0, what do I get? Okay, well, 0 plus 1 is 1. So this is saying x1 on the left-hand side is equal to x0 minus g of x0 over g prime of x0. And it's like, oh, well, that was what x1 was equal to down here. Okay, that's fine. If I say n is equal to 1, then this is saying x2 is equal to x1 minus g of x1 over g prime of x1. It's like, oh, that's what this one's telling me. If I say n is equal to 2, so you see how this works, right? Like you get to choose what the n is, and then this formula is telling you what the next one is going to be. Okay? So this is going to generate a sequence, okay? So this generates a sequence of x values, and the hope, okay? I'm going to put that in quotes. The hope is that eventually, okay, you hope that g of xn is equal to, or let's say is approximately 0 at some point. Okay, what do I mean by that? There exists some n value large enough, like let's say n is 1,000, such that when I take g of x sub 1,000, it's like 0.000000001. It's close enough to 0. Okay, it's close enough to 0. I may not be able to get it on the nose. I may not be able to say x equals square root of 7 over pi gives me g of that is equal to 0 on the nose. But at the end of the day, do we really care? Do we really care if I get the exact value, or do I care that I'm close enough? Okay, and so let me illustrate that. All right, we all have GPS in some form, right? On our phones, something like that. We're going to a new destination, whatever. We punch in the address, and our GPS says, go to this location, okay? Is GPS 100% accurate? No, it's not. But is it enough? Absolutely. If my GPS says, hey, I'm looking for a particular business, I punch in the address and it says, hey, it's right here, and I'm standing with my phone and I'm standing right here and I'm like, this doesn't look like it's right here, but it's like 10 feet away. That's good enough. That's good enough. Do we agree? Right? So knowing exactly where g is equal to 0 may not necessarily be necessary, but knowing that I'm close enough to where it's equal to 0 is relevant, and that's very important, okay? And Newton's method gives us a way of actually being able to approximate that, right? So that's all fine and fun and games. That's the theory of it all. Let's actually do this and figure it out, okay? Let's actually do this and figure it out. So let's do an example, okay? Let's do an example. And then I'll show you how we can apply this to derivatives, okay? So here's my example. And this is the beautiful thing about mathematics is I think math suffers from the following thing, is that we kind of are taught that there has to be a correct answer, and there's only one way to get to that correct answer for a math problem. And that's really frustrating to me because that's just a fallacy. It's completely false, okay? There are so many ways to get to the right answer, whatever that may be, right? Think about it from a GPS standpoint. If I start from here and I want to go to a city that's 50 miles away, how many different ways are there of getting to that city? Tons. I could take back roads, I could take the direct route, I could take all sorts of different ways to get there, right? At the end of the day, I get to that city, my destination. Now, if you restrict that question a little bit and say, I want to get to that destination as fast as possible, now that's different. I want to get the optimal route to that place. That's different, right? But at the end of the day, there's multiple ways of getting to that particular destination. Okay, great. There's multiple ways to solve math problems. There's not a the way. So what I'm really interested in is like getting you to think about the problem, getting you to make observations about this observation helped me to get to that step and this step helped me to get to there, right? Not necessarily thinking what is the next step, but what is a next step to move forward in the problem. Does that make sense? Okay? All right, so here's the example. I want you to approximate the square root of 2. Okay? It's kind of a lame question, to be brutally honest, right? At the end of the day, I'm just going to go find some online calculator, whatever the case may be. I'm going to plug in the square root of 2. It's going to give me a decimal, and I'm going to say that's good enough, right? That's really what I'm going to do. But what I'm trying to do is illustrate a principle, not necessarily that the answer is the most important thing. It's that the principle is the important thing, okay? So one way I can do this is I can say, look, to approximate the square root of 2, I can turn that into a problem of looking for where a function is equal to 0. And how would I do that, okay? I could say, all right, well, here's an approach. Here's an approach to it, okay? I'm trying to figure out what that thing is. So I'm going to give it a name. I'm just going to call it x. It's a variable, right? And at the end of the day, I don't know what the square root of 2 is, okay, which is a lie. I mean, we know what it is, right? But I'm trying to illustrate the principle, okay? I'm trying to figure out what x is. Well, what I could do is I could square both sides. I could raise both sides to the square. So square, square, what does that do? That tells me x squared is equal to 2. Okay, so x squared is equal to 2. Still doesn't help. Doesn't really help that much, okay? I'm still racking my brain like, wait a second, the square root of 2, like okay, like 1, 2, like, okay, that's not helpful, right? I start plugging in values. But then I can say, well, I can move the 2 over, and I can say that that's x squared minus 2 is equal to 0. And now just by some simple algebra, manipulating symbols, I've now put this in the context where Newton's method can apply. I can say, g of x is equal to x squared minus 2, and I'm trying to figure out where g is equal to 0. That's what I'm trying to find. Does that make sense, right? So just making a very simple observation, some very like basic algebraic manipulations. Now I have, okay, now it fits into Newton's framework. It's kind of like those little like children toys, right? Where you have like a square peg and you stick it in the round hole kind of thing, and you're like, this isn't working kind of thing. Now I've taken the problem and I've stuck it in a position where I actually have an algorithm, a method for attacking this. Okay? Now I have a method for attacking this. Okay, great. So let's try and run Newton's method on that. All right? So what does it tell me? Here's my formula. I'll leave the formula up. There's my formula. It says start with some x0. So you get to tell me what x0 is. Okay? You get to tell me what x0 is. And this is the nuance. This is the beauty of Newton's method. Okay? There's just like these little salient features to Newton's method that it's like, well, if I start with x0 equal to this, it works. If I start with x0 equal to that, it doesn't. If I start with x0 equal to this, it kind of works, but not quite. And so those are some of the pitfalls that we want to figure out with Newton's method, okay? So here's the point. If I know what the graph of that looks like, that can inform my guess for x0. That can inform my guess, okay? So if I go and I graph this thing, now, whether you know what the graph of this looks like by memory or not is irrelevant. I don't care. Okay, there's so many utilities out there. You can just use a free utility, graphing utility, whatever it is. It'll graph it for you. You get a picture, fantastic, okay? So I look at this thing, Now, what its graph looks like is this, okay? So when x is 0, I'm down here at -2. So this is 0, comma, -2. And then it's going to come up like this and come up like this, okay? So it's going to cross here, and it's going to cross here. That's what it's going to look like. It's a parabola, okay? It's a degree 2 thing, x squared, so it's a degree 2. It's a parabola. It looks like this, or it looks like this. It's either up or down, okay? The fact that the coefficient is a 1, positive, means it's going to look like this. Okay, if it were negative, it would look like this. All right, now what are the coordinates of this point? Well, the x-coordinate is the square root of 2, the y-coordinate is 0. The coordinate over here is minus the square root of 2, the y-coordinate is 0. So here's the thing. If you think about Newton's method, look, if I guess certain points, Newton's either going to work, fail, or converge to something else. If I choose a point, let's say right here. Okay, if I choose a point right there, that's my x0. What's going to happen? I go down to the curve right here. I look at the tangent line to it, which is here. My next point will be x1, which is right there. Do we agree? There's x1. If I then go back up to my curve, what does it do? It comes up here. I draw the tangent line. I'm right here. It looks like that sequence, x1, x2, x3, x4, is going to get close to the square root of 2. Do we agree? It looks like it'll work. Can you find a point where it fails? Okay, so the observation that we're making is that if x0 is positive, it looks like Newton works. Okay? It looks like Newton will work. Okay, great. What happens if x0 is equal to 0? What happens there? Okay, so if x0 is equal to 0, what happens? I start with this point right there at the origin. There would be my x0. I go down to my curve, which is right here, and I say, look at the tangent line associated to it. What's special about that tangent line? It's horizontal. Is that ever going to cross the x-axis again? No. It's going to fail. It's going to fail. Why? Because what is g prime at x naught in this case? Well, it's a horizontal line, which means its slope is 0. So if I go over to my formula and say, look, what is x1? x1 is x0 minus g of x0 over g prime of x0. You're dividing by 0, which you're not allowed to do. You can't divide by 0. So that's one of the pitfalls of Newton. Maybe my initial guess is where g prime is equal to 0, in which case, toast. Newton's doesn't work. Newton doesn't work. Okay? Conversely, what happens over here? What if I choose like x naught to be here? What's going to happen? Well, I go down to the curve. I get a tangent line that looks like that. x1 will be right here. What am I going to converge to? I'm going to go to minus the square root of 2. So you have to be very careful. The initial guess of Newton is very, very important. Okay? So we're going to guess x naught is bigger than 0. Okay? I'm going to choose x naught equal to 1. X naught is equal to 1. All right? So let's say x naught is equal to 1. Okay? Well, then what does my formula tell me? My formula says then x1 is equal to x naught minus g of x naught over g prime of x naught. So what do I need? I need a formula for g, and I need a formula for g prime. Well, I have a formula for g. G is x squared minus 2. But no one has told me the derivative yet. Well, this is why we got those computational tools last time, is so that we can actually compute g prime. Okay? So what is g prime in this case? G prime is what? Okay, well, let's go back to it. I have the difference of two functions. Okay? So I have f of x minus g of x. The derivative, or sorry, not g of x, I use g. Let's say f of x minus h of x, whatever, if you want to give them labels. F minus h, the derivative should be f prime minus h prime. H is a constant. What's the derivative of a constant? It's 0. What's the derivative of x squared? Power rule told me that was 2x. So g prime of x is equal to 2x. Okay? So now I can go back from my formula and I can plug it in here. I can say x1 is equal to x0, we called that 1, minus g of 1 over g prime of 1. So what is this? 1 minus, okay? If I plug in 1 for g, I get 1 squared minus 2. So that's 1 minus 2, that's negative 1. So my numerator becomes a negative 1 over g prime at 1. G prime was 2x, so if I evaluate at 1, I get 2 times 1, which is 2 in that case. So that's equal to 1, okay, minus minus is plus half, and that's 1 1/2, which is 3/2, which is 1.5, which is freakishly close to the right answer. If you go into a calculator and you punch in square root of 2, the answer is like 1.141 blah, 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 and additional stuff. So I've already gotten close to 1.4 just by simply doing one round of Newton. One round of Newton. Okay? So what happens if I did it again? What happens if I did it again? Well, the unfortunate thing is you never do this by hand. Okay? You never do this by hand. This is why you need a computer to run these things. Okay? So you can run many iterations very quickly. So let's see what's going to happen. If this is, okay, so x1 is 1.5. My formula tells me what? Let me leave my formula up. I'll just put it in a box so it doesn't really get in the way, even though it kind of is in the way. x1, okay, is equal to 1.5. That means that x2, okay, so trace the n. If I'm looking at x2, what is n in this case? N has to be 1, right? So I get x2. If n is 1, this is going to be x1 minus g of x1 over g prime of x1, okay? So then I have to go back and say, do I know what x1 equals? The answer is yes. You computed it last time, so you know what its value is. It's equal to 1.5. So when I plug that in, this is equal to what? 1.5 minus, okay, what is g of 1.5? I go back and I find g. G is x squared minus 2. I plug in 1.5, very ugly, okay? So this is, what is this? 1.5 squared minus 2. No idea what that value is. Frankly, I don't care. Okay? Again, we're illustrating principles here, right? You would do this with a machine. You would not do this by hand at all, okay? So that's g of x1. You divide by g prime of x1, so g prime of x1 is 1.5, so that's 2 times 1.5. Okay? 2 times 1.5. You work that out, whatever it is, okay? This thing will turn out to be, roughly speaking, 1.4 ... and change. Which is pretty amazing, given the fact that if you were to go to a calculator and plug in the square root of 2, it's 1.414 and then stuff. Okay? So Newton's method is actually giving you that x2 is equal to 1.4 and change simply in 2 iterations. Simply in 2 iterations. It's an incredibly simple idea, but an incredibly powerful one all the same. Okay? So now why is this relevant for optimization and derivatives for us? Why is this relevant on that stage? Okay? Well, think about it for a second. Look, this is my formula when I was simply trying to find what? When g was equal to 0. That was my formula, okay? So if I back up a little bit and I say, well, so what about f prime is 0? What about when f prime is 0? I'm trying to figure out, what about f prime equals 0, okay? Well, then what am I going to do? This becomes g. That becomes my g, all right? So think about that for a second. If I plug that into my formula, Newton is telling me, Newton says that xn plus 1 should be equal to xn minus, okay, what is g of xn? If g is equal to f prime, then g of xn should be f prime of xn. That's what it should be. Do we agree? If I simply plug in, if g of x is equal to f prime at x, then when I evaluate g at xn, I'm evaluating f prime at xn, because they're the same thing. So what does my numerator become over here? It becomes f prime at xn divided by, okay? Now here's something that's important about derivatives is, look, when we talked about derivatives, we simply said, I'm going to give you a function, and I'm going to teach you some rules to compute the derivative of that particular function, okay? Fair? So if I gave you something like this is just an aside. If I gave you h of x is equal to x cubed, then we said, oh, the power rule applies to get me the derivative is 3x squared. Do we agree? The 3 comes down, you decrease it by 1, you get a 2, so 3x squared. Fine. Why stop there? Why stop at one derivative? After all, here's a function. I could just give you the function 3x squared and say, what's its derivative? That's a valid question. I don't care that 3x squared is equal to the derivative already. I don't care that it's equal to h prime, necessarily. 3x squared in and of itself is a function, so I can differentiate it. Okay? So how do I denote that? Well, if I took one derivative and I put 1 slash, well then the next derivative I'll probably put 2 slashes. At least it stands to reason. I put 2 slashes there. And you call that the second derivative. And if I differentiate that again, I'll get the third derivative. And if I differentiate that, I'll get the fourth derivative, and so forth. You can keep going. Okay? You can keep going. So h double prime is going to be what? How do I do this? Well, the constant stays there. Remember, constants come out. Okay, so I'm going to forget about the 3 for a second, and I'm going to say, what's the derivative of x squared? Power rule again. The 2 comes down, and I decrease by 1. So what do I get? The constant 3 times 2x to the first. So this is just 6x. That's my second derivative. Okay? So if I come over here and I say, look, what is g prime? What would g prime be? Well, if I put 1 tick mark to indicate the derivative there, that means I put another tick mark here, which means this is the second derivative of f. G prime is the second derivative of f. Okay? So g prime at xn goes in the denominator, so this means this has to be f double prime at xn. That would be the formula via Newton's method for finding where g, which is equal to f prime, is equal to 0. So this method right here, this finds x values where peaks and valleys occur. When this is valid. When this is valid. When would it fail, for example? Well, it'd fail if f double prime at like x7 is 0. If f double prime at anything is 0, this method fails because why? I have a horizontal line. It's never going to cross the x-axis. So the method fails, okay? So that's why I'm saying, like, this will occur, this will actually converge to the points at which f prime is equal to 0. So that'll give me where I have a peak or where I have a valley associated to that. Does that make sense, how this works? How we're applying it to the function g is equal to f prime and seeing how that is capturing the peak or valley associated to this, okay? So let's figure out what are the pitfalls. What are the pitfalls of Newton, okay? What are some of the downsides to it? Okay, we already saw one, horizontal tangent line. Right? If I have a horizontal tangent line, then that thing is never going to cross the x-axis, and so it's never going to give me a next iteration. It's never going to give me x2 or x3 or whatever may happen. So how do I get around that? Let's say I start with x0 and I get a horizontal tangent line. So what do? Do I just like put my hands in the air and be like, oh, I guess I'm done, failed, right? That'd be a natural thing to do. Be a natural thing to do. But the fact is this, you get to guess what x0 is. You get to choose what x0 is. So if you happen to choose that x0 gave you a horizontal tangent line, well, guess a different x0. Guess a different one and run Newton and see what happens, okay? The second one is that it can give you an infinite loop. Okay? It can give you an infinite loop, and it never converges down on something. Okay? What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? I could have some sort of behavior like this. Okay? I could have some sort of behavior like this. Let's say my graph is something, I'm going to do my best. Okay? It's okay. It's not bad. All right? That's not bad. But I could have something like this. If I was trying to converge down to, say, like this point here, I want to try and find that particular point. What if I chose, like, this point as my starting point, x0? What could happen? Well, I come down here. I look at my tangent line. My tangent line does something like that. So I would say, oh, here's x1. I then go down to my curve, and I look at the tangent line, and maybe I hit x0 again. And then I come back down, and I go back over to x1, and I come back down, and I go back over to x0, and so on. What's it doing? It's just bouncing back and forth between x0 and x1. It's never going to zoom in on the origin. Do we agree? So how do you get around that? And this is something that I'm going to address in terms of coding this up, because at the end of the day, you don't do this by hand. You do this by coding it up, okay? So when you see this, what happens is you start with x0, and then you just run the program for a little while. And you see what happens. And if you notice, it's like x0 is -2, and x1 is 2, and x2 is -2, and x3 is 2, and it's just bouncing back and forth, you realize you're stuck in a loop. It's never going to do anything. So what do? You say, okay, well, don't guess x0 is equal to -2. Guess x0 is like -1.9. And then run the algorithm and see what happens. And suddenly you see like, oh, x11 is like 0.00000005. You're like, ah, I got it. I got it, right? So Newton is very temperamental to where you start with x0. It's very temperamental to where you start, okay? So why is this ultimately relevant, okay? It's ultimately relevant for the following reason. We want to know when f prime is equal to 0 because that gives me peaks and that gives me valleys. It tells me what my maximums are and what my minimums are. In the back of our heads, we're saying, okay, I want to apply this to models where I'm bringing in data and I'm trying to get predictive power from that particular data. I'm trying to say I bring in all of this data and I want to say, what is the next move I need to make in my business? Does that make sense? Right? So then I have to take that data, create a model based on that, and then minimize the error of that model. That's the idea. I want to minimize the error. I want to find a valley of whatever the error function is. And Newton can help me do that. Newton can help me do that. Okay? And you can do this in a single variable math class. You don't need some advanced degree. You don't need anything like that. What do you need? You need derivatives and you need a picture. That's it. And you need a machine that you can program it on. And I'm going to show you how to do that. I'm going to show you how you can program this very simply, and you can run the model, and then I'll show you pitfalls and where you get something that's just bouncing back and forth between -2 and 2, or you get something where the derivative is equal to 0, and you get a horizontal tangent line, or things like that, and how to get out of those, okay? But ultimately, Newton's method is one of the most important algorithms today, not just hundreds of years ago, today in both machine learning, data science, and AI.
So we've talked about approximating a value. How about approximating a function and its applications
Good question.
to potential optimization of a data set, whatever?
Yeah, great question, great question. So we've talked about approximating a value where those values are relevant for finding maxes and mins, little peaks and valleys, right? But what if I want to say something along the lines of something like this, okay? If I want to do something like this, and this has kind of a cool this has a really cool application associated to it, okay? Let's say I give you something that looks like a heartbeat, for example. Okay, you hook a patient up to a heart rate monitor, right? And they're in the hospital, and you kind of see the little machine. It's like little blips kind of thing, right? And it just keeps going and it just monitors the pumping of the heart kind of thing. So let's say you have something that, you know, it's up and then it does this kind of thing and then it does this and it does this and so on. And it just keeps doing that. Okay, well, hopefully it doesn't do this, right? It's like dot, 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 right? Ultimately, you don't want it to go flat. You don't want it to go flat, right? So it just keeps doing that same thing over and over and over again. You can ask the question, you can be like, well, can I actually write that down as a function? Can I write that down as a function? And the answer is yes, surprisingly, okay? So you can write this down. I mean, as a function, well, okay, we first have to ask the question, is it a function? Is it a function? Is it the graph of a function? Can I write this as y equals f of x for some function f? And the answer is, well, as long as this doesn't have any vertical points where it hits itself multiple times, the answer is yes, okay? And we can kind of see that, right? If I were to just draw vertical lines over and over again, I'm never going to intersect this graph in more than one point, right? And that corresponds to, well, if I'm looking at the heart is beating in time, right? So it's going to go up, down, and it's moving constantly as you're going to the right, up, down, and so on. So this will actually be the graph of a function. Now, there's this branch of mathematics, which is incredibly versatile and very, very useful, called harmonic analysis, okay? So it's called harmonic analysis, okay? Where there's this very important technique called Fourier series, which says that if you have some function and it satisfies various properties, like it's continuous, for example, there's no gaps, okay? There's no gaps. It doesn't just like jump from this value at -5 to this value at 7, just like that, right? There's no gaps to it. Then you can approximate this thing with sines and cosines. You can approximate it with sines and cosines. And that's incredibly powerful. So this gives you sines and cosines. So sines and cosines approximate this curve, okay, whatever that is, right? And what I mean by that is I can take some coefficient like 2 times sine of x plus 3 times cosine of x plus 5 times sine of 2x plus 10 times cosine of 2x and so on. And I just keep changing the frequency of the sines and cosines. I make them speed up really quickly when I'm in something that kind of like this, and then I make them slow down when I'm in like these little horizontal parts where the heart is resting, kind of thing, right? And I can use that in a lot of different ways to approximate this particular function. So one application which is super useful to this, okay, is noise cancellation. Noise cancellation, okay? So you put your earbuds in, whatever it is, and suddenly it's like the world goes dark, right? It's like all the sounds just disappear. And you're just kind of like, what the heck is going on, right? Well, at the end of the day, what you're doing is you're saying, well, all of the ambient noise on the outside, you're just trying to cancel out that wave to some extent, right? It's kind of like when you're like jumping on a trampoline, right, as a kid, and you try and like launch somebody, right? Like they're jumping on the trampoline and you like try to give them a boost kind of thing. At the end of the day, what you're trying to do is you're trying to impact the wave that's associated to their jumping on the trampoline, right? That's what you're trying to do. So noise canceling headphones, noise cancellation in any form takes advantage of being able to approximate using these particular functions, sines and cosines, okay, in a very precise way. And then say, okay, at a certain frequency, I want to turn everything off. I want to turn everything off. So the human ear can only hear up to a certain frequency, right? Dogs can hear certain higher frequencies, things like that. So why am I keeping the frequencies that I can't hear? Why don't I just turn those off, right? And that'll help cancel out some of the ambient noise. And then when I have a wave that comes in like this, I can say, oh, all I have to do is analyze the wave, look at what it looks like, and then create a wave, create a sound that's the opposite of that so that it cancels out the waveform, okay? It would basically be like if you were to take a completely flat pond and drop a pebble into it. You see the ripples as they go out, right? The waves. It would be that if you could somehow generate a wave that when the water's going up like this, the other part of it's coming down, so what happens? The water can't go up anymore. It has to fill the trough, and so what is it going to do? It's going to go flat, completely. So yes, you can approximate functions, but it lives in this domain. It lives in the harmonic analysis domain. Yeah, great question.
So as you give like a machine learning program more and more examples, it can become more accurate, right?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Is there ever a point when it has enough examples that it can just be perfect, or is it going to be like it's getting infinitely closer to perfection but never reaches it?
Great question. Great question. Short answer is no. Short answer is no. So this gets into something that's called overfitting your data to some extent. So I can illustrate this just from a very simple idea of if you give me a whole bunch of dots on a board, okay? So you give me a whole bunch of dots. Let's say this, all right? Let's say you give me dots that look like here's one, here's one, here's one, something like that, okay? You give me those dots. And I don't care what their relevance is. Maybe these are geographic locations, maybe these are purchasing transactions, maybe this, like, it doesn't matter what it is. But the question is, can you give me a straight line that goes through those points, which is as close to all of the points as possible, okay? So the game would kind of be like, I mean, if we just eyeballed this, this would be something like, something like that, right? That would be the idea. Now, does that line go through all of the dots? And the answer is, well, no, I mean, the way I drew it, it doesn't go through any of them at the end of the day, right? But it's still giving me a decent approximation, and it's saying that if you were to give me a new dot, okay, you were to give me a new dot, I can say, well, whatever the value is on the line that corresponds to whatever the input was, that's going to be my guess that gets closest to that dot, okay? Now, what I could do alternatively, and this is getting to your question, saying, what if I don't care that it's a straight line? What if I just want a function that goes through every single black dot, right? I could say, oh, okay, well, I'm going to do something that comes up here, it hooks down, it comes up, hooks up, does this, does something very violently here, right? And then it does something maybe, okay, that's my best approximation to it, right?
Oh, hello.
But what do I notice? If I give you a dot that's like, I don't know, let's say I give you a dot that's like down here, kind of thing, or maybe I give you a dot that's like down here, it's like the black curve is doing a terrible job of getting close to this thing, right? So yes, if you give me the entire data set, I can, more often than not, give you a machine learning algorithm that will just tell you, if you gave me a point from that data set, the machine learning algorithm will be perfect in guessing that that was the right data point. That's called overfitting. But if you give me a brand new data point, that overfit model turns out to be a terrible approximation to whatever that new data point is. So its predictive power is awful. And so that's kind of the game you have to strike by saying, like, look, I want a model that gives me predictive power that's accurate, but I also want it to kind of like get all the data that I can. So you're kind of straddling this line of like, you want predictive power, but you want accuracy as well. And you have to play those two off of each other. Very rarely are you ever going to get a machine learning algorithm that you run and then you throw a random data point at me and it says, this is what the output should be. So for example, this is completely relevant. Medical diagnostics. If you're looking at tumors, for example, right? So you're looking at, say, a data set of 10,000 biopsies of a particular tumor. And you say, you look at those 10,000 biopsies and you say, 7,500 of them were malignant, so they were cancerous. The other 2,500 were benign, right? And you could create a model that says, okay, these ones, maybe you color them red, those are the malignant ones. These ones are blue, you color them blue and you say those are the benign ones, okay? And you would naturally see in your data set, like the red live over here, the blue live over here kind of thing. But then the question becomes, what happens if you get a biopsy that's square in the middle? What is my model gonna do? Some models might take that and be like, it's benign, we'll color it blue. Other models might be like, no, it's malignant, we need to color it red. You're not gonna get a perfect model that's going to give you perfect predictive power, more often than not. Yeah, great question. All right, so we've been discussing how to find where certain functions vanish, where they equal 0. That was one of the big topics we've been talking about. If I give you some particular function, whatever that may be, whether it's f of x or whether it's the derivative of f or anything along those lines, how do I actually determine where that is equal to 0? And we talked about Newton's method and how we could potentially approach that. One of the biggest concepts in mathematics is trying to understand when is a function close to something, its output values, when is it close to something, when its input values are close to something as well. Okay, so this gets at what's the notion of a limit, the limit of a function. Okay, what is a function getting close to when its inputs are getting close to something else? We're going to discuss that today, and we're going to see how limits naturally fit into this framework of trying to understand certain characteristics of your function. So if I have a function, for example, that kind of like blows up as I get close to a certain point, it gets arbitrarily large, or maybe it gets really close to 0 or something along those lines, we're going to make that rigorous today. And in the course of doing that, we're going to figure out another method for being able to find out when a function is equal to 0, given this certain f has a certain quality associated to it, which is going to be that the function is continuous, okay? And so we'll make all of this rigorous today, but ultimately I want you to kind of keep in mind, today is all about creating another algorithm effectively for finding when a function is equal to 0. That's really the kind of the motivation for what today is. And remember, the motivation for figuring out when a function is equal to 0 is that if this function is equal to the derivative of a function, then that was helping us find kind of our peaks and our valleys, okay? So we're kind of setting the stage for the introduction to optimization, ultimately. So that's kind of the goal for today. So I need to introduce the notion of what is a limit. So limits of functions. And this is there's two ways to think about limits. There's the kind of intuitive way to think about it, and then there's the very rigorous mathematical way. And I think for me personally, the intuitive way is really the way I like to think about these things. Okay, so I'm going to give it to you in two ways. So we're going to have the intuitive notion, okay, the intuitive way, and then we'll have this rigorous way. And then I'll explain both. Okay? So the intuitive way. Well, the first thing that I need is a notation. I mean, mathematics is a language after all. So I need to be able to say, okay, well, how do I actually denote limits of functions and things like that? So the notation is, I'll give it a name, so I'll call it L, right, for limit. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. And then the notation on the right-hand side is really what we're getting at. So this will be LIM of f of x, and then below this you say that x goes to a, okay? And so the way that you read this is you say that this is saying the limit of f of x as x approaches a. Okay, so remember, x is our input variable. I plug that into the function f. That gives me f of x. That's my output, whatever that is. And I claim that I'm going to give that thing a name. I'm going to call it L. Okay? So the intuitive way of thinking about this is saying when x gets close, and I'm going to say really close, to a, f of x gets really close to L. That's the idea, okay? That's the idea. And so the picture that you want to kind of keep in mind is something along these lines. If this is a, okay, and my function is doing something, I don't know what it is, let's say this is y equals f of x, something along those lines, then it's saying, okay, as x gets really close to a, right, the really close isn't rigorous at all. Like, what do you mean by really close, right? Like, somebody could say, like, oh, I live really close to my friend because he lives 3 blocks away from me, kind of thing, right? Whereas somebody else might say, like, oh, I live really close to my aunt because they're, 4 miles away. It's like, what does really close actually mean? You have to quantify it, okay? So this is what I mean, is that it's an intuitive notion. It's not rigorous at all, okay? But the idea is that you want to think about getting really close to A as being like, you're effectively at A, but you're not necessarily equal to A, okay? So if A were the value, say like 2, or whatever the case may be, then thinking really close to 2 could be like 2.1, or like 2.01, or 2.001, or like 1.9, or 1.99, or something. You kind of think like, I'm in a very, very tight window around A, okay? That's the idea. And then, so if I look in some very tight window around A, I want to say, well, what is my function doing in that window? So you kind of like imagine you just put these blinders on and you're only allowed to consider input values that are that close. If I look at that and I say, well, what's my function doing? It's like, well, that looks like whatever that value is, that's going to be L. That's going to be the limit, okay? Now, there's some nuances to this because you want to say like, well, if X gets really close to A, like, well, I can get close to A in a couple of different ways. I can say like, well, I'm getting close to A if you imagine like walking along this line and I'm walking towards A from that side, okay? Or I could say I'm walking towards A along this side, so there's some sort of like directionality that we have to handle this. Am I approaching A from the right or am I approaching A from the left? Okay, and so there's some nuances there. But you can imagine like these functions can have all sorts of behavior at A. Like what if my function were like kind of blowing up to infinity in that case, or it was like coming down to minus infinity at that case? Or what if my function like comes up to A over here and then suddenly at A it jumps all the way up here and then it comes down, something along those lines, right? All this behavior can play when we're computing limits, okay? But right now we're just trying to develop the intuition for this. So that's the intuitive notion for what this is. The rigorous way is the following. You say that the limit exists, so the limit of f of x as x approaches a is equal to L. It exists if you give me any tolerance whatsoever, okay? You give me any tolerance whatsoever. You say, look, I want an kind of a window range, if you will, on your output values of 0.01, something like that. You give me any window imaginable, okay? And you get to choose that. You get to choose the tolerance. So you give me some window here in your output range, then I can guarantee you that there's a window around my domain values for which the values of this function in that domain window don't get larger than the tolerance you gave me within L, okay? So the idea is the following. You give me a window. I don't care what the window is, okay? So you're going to give me this little window here, just to say for example, okay? So if I look in this particular window out here, all right, you get to control that. Then I can guarantee, you come to me and you say, I want my window to be within 1 over 1,000. And I say, fine. Then I can say, all right, well, I can produce to you a window such that when I'm in that window of domain values, my function values do not get out of this box. They do not get out of this little range, okay? Does that kind of make sense, the intuitive notion of it? You get to control how close you want to be to the output, and then I can guarantee the input values for which you are within that range, okay? So the rigorous way to say it is for any tolerance, okay? And mathematicians use Greek letters to denote these things, so it's a little intimidating to some extent, but for any tolerance, which is epsilon, okay? I like to think about epsilon as kind of like an error to some extent. Okay, it's giving me some sort of error window. So for any epsilon bigger than 0, there exists another tolerance, delta, bigger than 0, such that the following is guaranteed to happen. Okay, so such that if x is within delta of a. So the way that I capture that is I say if I look at x minus a, it's less than delta. The distance between x and a is less than delta. Okay, so that's my window in my domain coordinates. Okay, so if that's true, then my output values, f of x minus L, is less than epsilon. Okay? So let me illustrate that with a picture. What am I really saying? Okay? So again, here's my setup, here's A, here's my function, whatever that is, all right? It says, all right, let's say this is my value L here. It says you get to choose your tolerance epsilon. So what does this thing actually mean? It's saying if I go down epsilon here, so let's say the epsilon comes down to here, so that value would be L minus epsilon, and I come up epsilon, so this value here would be L plus epsilon. So there's my window. There's my window. Okay? That's what I have. You get to choose that. then the burden for me is that I have to produce a tolerance within my domain values for which, for those values in that window, my function stays in that range. So I'm going to choose a delta such that this thing here is a plus delta, this thing here is a minus delta, such that in that range, I'm guaranteed that the value of f and the distance between f of x and L is no more than epsilon. Okay? So that's the burden of trying to understand limits. And if you want to do this rigorously and prove that a limit is what it is, then you technically have to do this. But again, we're looking for intuition. How do I actually compute these things? How do I get my hands dirty with these things very quickly? How can I actually compute limits without having to prove these things necessarily? Okay? And so we're going to go through some techniques in order to do that today, overall. But that's the notion of a limit. Okay? And this is effectively what kind of like motivated calculus to some extent, is taking certain objects that we all know and love, that we've had for mathematics for hundreds of years, and turning that into saying, well, what happens when I go to like the infinitesimally small type thing? What happens when I take a limit as things get arbitrarily small or things get arbitrarily large or things like that? Can I actually say something concrete, quantitatively and mathematically regarding things like that? Okay? So that's kind of the notion of a limit. And the derivative is tied in with the limit, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But let's do some examples. Okay? Let's figure out some examples. And again, I want you to think about this intuitive notion of limits, is that when x gets really close to a, what is f of x getting really close to, ultimately? Okay? All right. So, limits of functions. Let me give you some limits. We'll start off relatively small, and we'll kind of build from there. And then ultimately, I'm just going to give you a technique that is very versatile, that will allow you to compute limits very easily now that we have the notion of a derivative. Okay? Okay, so here we go. Number one, the first thing, I'm going to say, what is the limit as x goes to 2 of x squared? Second one, I'm going to say, what is the limit as x goes to 0 of 1 over x squared? Third one, I'm going to say, what is the limit as x goes to 0 of 1 over x? And then let's do the fourth one, which is the limit of, let's say, sine of x over x as x goes to 0. Okay? I know a lot of these are x goes to 0, but ultimately it doesn't really matter what x is approaching. Okay? The idea is the same. Now, what's nice about this is that if you know what the graphs of these things look like, if I can actually graph each and every one of these functions, then I can just kind of look at the graph and say, oh, well, like, what am I getting close to when x gets close to 0? So that's a great way to approach computing limits, but it's kind of unrealistic to some extent, right? Like, realistically, you give me some function, like you give me something crazy and you say, okay, like y is equal to x squared plus 1 times e to the x divided by tangent of x. And it's like, I have no idea what that looks like. Okay, I literally don't. However, if I were to say, what's the limit as x approaches 4, or something along those lines, that's a valid question. Okay? But if I don't have the graph and I don't have any other techniques to evaluate limits, well then I'm kind of stuck. Right? I don't have any way out of computing limits in that case. All right? So, but for now, we're just going to look at the graphs of these things. So if I look at this as a function, okay, so x squared, what does that thing look like? Okay, so if I look at y equals x squared, this the last time we talked about that, that's my parabola, looks like this, okay? It's opening upwards, kind of thing. So if I try and draw that as best I can, okay, just do your best, something along those lines, all right? That's what it is. And so what I need to figure out for my limit is I need to say, okay, well, what is my input value? My input value is x is approaching 2. It's like, all right, so I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say x is equal to 1, x is equal to 2. So there's 1, there's 2. And I need to ask myself the question, well, what is my function getting close to when x is equal to 2? Okay, so I imagine myself as if I'm kind of living on the x-axis and I'm walking towards 2, and I can walk towards 2 in various ways. So I can walk towards 2 from the right-hand side, or I can walk towards 2 from the left-hand side. So I kind of consider both of those cases. So if I'm walking towards 2 in this direction, what are the values of my function approaching? Well, I imagine for each kind of dot that I put on the x-axis, I imagine my dots on the y-axis. It's like, what are my function values getting close to? Well, they're getting close to this value 4 right here. You imagine if I plug in like 1.9, 1.99, 1.999, and if I had a calculator with me, then I could just plug those values in, and I would see that the values start getting close to 1.9 squared, 1.99 squared, 1.999 squared, and that's getting closer and closer and closer to 4. Okay? Now, if I approach from the right-hand side, I have these little dots. Okay, so I start moving this way. Well, then what am I doing? My function, the dots are approaching down here. But again, ultimately, what am I approaching? This point here on the graph is 2, 4. So what are the output values of my function approaching? They're approaching 4. So if I go back to my limit definition, the limit definition would say, okay, as I get arbitrarily close to 2, what is my function getting arbitrarily close to? And it would be 4 in this case. So this limit actually equals 4 on the nose. Okay? That's my answer. The limit of x squared as x approaches 2 is equal to 4. That's great. Okay? Let's look at this one. If I know what the graph of this thing looks like, thankfully I do, but that's fine. If I look at the graph of that, this is y equals 1 over x squared. Kind of looks like this volcano. Okay? Kind of looks like this. Symmetrically. All right? And now I spot my kind of input values, so there's x is equal to 0 there. And I have to start asking myself the question, well, as x gets close to 0, what are the output values getting close to? Well, and this one's very different. Do we agree? The behavior of the function is very different. The behavior of the function over here was, yes, my function's still going up, that's fine, but that was a finite value. That was just the number 4. That's fine. But if I come over here and I start looking at, well, what's going to happen around 0? Like, what does it look like my function is doing? It looks like my function's like blowing up to be arbitrarily large at that point. Okay? Now, notice there was a slight difference up here. Like, really, when I computed the limit, there's really no difference that from me just taking this value and plugging it into x, I get 2 squared, 2 times 2 is 4, and it's like that happened to be my answer. Okay? Well, maybe that was a fluke. Maybe that was actually a legitimate mathematical principle. I don't know. Okay? We're just trying to investigate this. But notice that that doesn't apply here. I'm not allowed to do that in this case. I'm not allowed to say, oh, I'm just going to take x is equal to 0, I'm going to plug it in for x, that's going to give me 1 over 0 squared, and so my answer is clear. It's like, no, you're not allowed to divide by 0, right? Like, the world explodes when you divide by 0 mathematically, right? Like, that's one of the fundamental principles, is that you're not allowed to divide by 0 ever, kind of thing, okay? But that still doesn't mean, so remember back to the definition of the limit. The definition of the limit was when you're close to x equals 0, your output values are close to something else. It does not say when x equals 0, the value of the function is something. It doesn't say that at all. It just says when you're close to it. So even though I can't plug x equals 0 in directly, I could plug in something that's close to it, like 0.1, or 0.01, or 0.50 zeros, and then a 1, something like that. I'm allowed to plug those in because those aren't going to make the denominator 0. It'll make me arbitrarily close to 0, for sure, right? Like if I plug in x is equal to 1 over 1,000, right? That's pretty small. When I square it, that's going to give me a ton of zeros and then a 1. When I plug that in, what's actually going to happen? Okay? So what's happening in this case? Well, let's look at the graph. If I start walking towards 0 from the left-hand side, what is my function doing? My function values, they look like they're coming up here to like plus infinity kind of thing. And if I start marching from the right-hand side, the function values, well, they look like they're going to the same place. Okay? That's one of the important properties of a limit, is that you have to take the directionality into play. You have to take that into account. Okay, if I approach from the left-hand side and I'm going to a certain value, and I'm approaching to the right-hand side and I'm approaching a different value, that's concerning. Okay? But if they're both converging to the same point, That's a good thing. That's what you want. So in this case, graphically, we can say that the limit will be plus infinity. My function is tending to go to the same point. It's going to plus infinity. Okay? Whereas for this one, we run into the directionality problem from the right and from the left. Because what does the graph of this thing look like? If I look at the graph on this one looks like, comes down like this, comes down like this. That's what the graph of 1 over x looks like. And you can see we're going to run into a problem at 0. What's the problem? So I have y equals 1 over x. Okay? I spot my value for my input that I'm trying to approach, which is x is equal to 0. And then I try and figure out what is this function tending to as I get close to 0. Again, that intuitive notion. What are the values getting close to when x is approaching 0? Okay? So again, let's kind of look at how can you approach 0? Well, there's 2 ways. You can approach from the left or you can approach from the right. And let's see what happens. Well, if I start marching in from the left, what are the values of my function doing? They're going down here. That's going to be my minus infinity. They're going all the way down here. Whereas what happens when I approach from the right? As I approach from the right-hand side, the values of my functions are going where? Well, they're going up to plus infinity. Are those 2 things equal to each other? Well, no, they're literally as far away as humanly possible from each other. You've got one at minus infinity, you've got one at positive infinity. So think about the intuitive notion. The intuitive notion of a limit says, look, if I'm standing close to 0, then whatever my output values should be in my function, they should be close to something. Okay? So think about it for a second. If this is 0, okay, so here's 0. This function right here is saying, if I stand barely to the left of 0, I'm basically as far negative as I could possibly be. I'm at minus infinity. But if I go back to 0 and I move just ever so slightly to the right, suddenly I'm infinitely high. And it's like, so think about the intuitive notion. If I'm standing near 0, am I close to something? And the answer is no, I'm not. Because on this side, I'm infinitely far away. On this side, I'm infinitely far away. And it's like those 2 things are not close to each other. So what does this limit equal? It doesn't exist. Okay? This does not exist based on that. Does that kind of make sense? If I'm standing at a point, x is equal to 0 in this case, and I kind of wiggle to the left and to the right, and I say that my output values don't change all that much, well, then my limit should exist. But if my output values are vastly different, then my limit can't possibly exist. Okay? Think of it over here. If I'm standing at x is equal to 0, and I move to the left, I'm infinitely high. If I move to the right, I'm infinitely high. It's like, well, then I'm close to being infinitely high. That's exactly what the intuitive notion of a limit would say. Okay, so that's why this limit being equal to plus infinity actually makes sense, as opposed to this one, the limit does not exist. Okay? Now this one's a little bit trickier. Okay, this one's a little bit trickier. So the graph of this one, it's a little subtle, okay? But it looks like this. If I were to just look at that as a function and say, let's just plug in the value. After all, that's what I did up here, right? I just took x equals 2, I plugged it in, 2 squared was equal to 4, and it's like, magically that was my limit. That's fantastic. Okay? If I were to try the same exact technique down here, and I just plug it in, I would get sine of 0 over 0. So this is one of those annoying kind of nuances that it's like, trigonometric functions always sneak up on you at the last moment, right? So it's like, okay, what is sine of 0? And it's like, all right, I got to go back and figure out what is that value. And you check and you look, you plug it into a calculator, you Wikipedia, like I don't care, whatever you do to look up the value, what is sine of 0, okay? Sine of 0 is equal to 0. So if I were to plug x equals 0 into my function, if I were to plug it into that, I'm getting 0 divided by 0. And it's like, well, what the heck is that? I'm not allowed to divide by 0, number 1, so that's a problem. But does the 0 in the numerator somehow cancel out the 0 in the denominator, right? 5 divided by 5 is equal to 1 after all. So is 0 divided by 0 equal to 1 in some way? And then the answer is no, it's not, okay? In this example, though, if I look at the graph of what's
gives you strength.
happening. At x equals 0, the function is not defined. So I'm going to denote that with an open circle. Okay? So the open circle means that my function value is not defined there. Okay? But what's interesting is that if you look at this graph, it comes down and then it oscillates, but it kind of tapers off. Okay? It kind of tapers off. That's ultimately what's happening with this graph. You just plug it into any graphing utility or whatever you want to use. This is what the graph of y equals sine of x over x is equal to. All right? And so the question is like, okay, well, spot the input value. That's x equals 0. That's right here. Okay, so that's x equals 0. And start asking yourself the question, if I'm close to 0 on the left and the right, what are the values of my function getting close to? And so you start marching from the left. Okay, I come in from the left. What's happening? The dots are coming up here. So it's like, well, it looks like I'm approaching whatever that value is. But as I approach from the right, what's happening? Well, the values are coming up, and it's like, oh, well, they look like they're approaching the same thing. So even though the function is not defined at x equals 0, the limit doesn't care. Because the limit just says, if I'm close to 0, I'm not equal to 0, but I'm close to 0, what is my function getting close to? Right? I can be close to 0 in the sense of like x equals 0.0001, I'm close to 0, or x equals negative 0.0001, I'm close to 0, but I'm not equal to 0. Okay? So if you figure out what this value is actually equal to 1 in this case. Again, this is a graphical thing. I'm going to give you a technique in 5 minutes to figure out how to actually do this computationally, so you have this method overall. Okay? But what I notice is that if I approach from the left, the values of the function are getting close to 1. As I approach from the right, the values are getting close to 1. And so that means that this is equal to 1. Even though the function is not defined at x is equal to 0. That is a key difference. Okay? That is a key difference. Even though sine of 0 divided by 0 makes 0 sense. Doesn't make any sense. Okay? It's what's called an indeterminate form, meaning it's not determined, like you cannot determine what its value is. You have to investigate it further. Okay? But even with that, I get this is equal to 1. Now you might be thinking, well, like, okay, well, Robbie, you told me that earlier 5 divided by 5 was equal to 1, and 2 divided by 2 is equal to 1, and so now you're telling me that 0 divided by 0 is equal to 1, and it's like, fair point. That's fair. Okay. But if I simply modified this slightly and wrote this as like sine of 3x divided by x, it's still presenting to me as a 0 over 0, but now the answer will be 3. So no, 0 over 0 is not equal to 1, always. In this case, it is. But I can give you a very simple case in a couple of minutes where I can show you that the limit is not equal to 1. Okay? All right, so let me give you a method for doing this. This is one of the most important methods in computing limits, okay? And which is why I didn't want to motivate the derivative as a limit, which we will talk about in a little bit, but I didn't want to motivate the derivative as a limit to introduce it. I wanted to introduce the derivative as a computational tool, because if you have that first, then computing limits is much simpler. It's much simpler. And you don't have to memorize all these kind of obscure limit techniques for all of this. You get this massively important tool for computing limits right out of the gate. Okay? So there's this notion that's called L'Hopital's rule. Okay? L'Hopital's rule. Some people call it L'Hospital's rule because this little like circumflex
some strength.
Actually, like in the French, this becomes an OS, and so people call it, Le Hospital's rule. That's not, I mean, that's nonsense. Okay, so the way you pronounce this is L'Hôpital's rule, all right? And what it says is the following, okay? I want to give you the conclusion of the theorem, okay? I want to give you the conclusion of the result. It says that if I have a limit of a quotient, f of x over g of x, as x approaches a, okay? And there's going to be some conditions on this, okay? There's going to be some conditions. I need f of x to be differentiable, meaning that its derivative exists. I need to be able to compute f prime. I need to be able to compute g prime, so both of these need to be differentiable. I need this to present to me in an indeterminate form, but a very specific one, okay? So I mentioned that 0 divided by 0 is an indeterminate form, okay? So there are other indeterminate forms as well. But I want to get the conclusion of what this result is saying, okay? This is equal to the limit, as x goes to a, of f prime of x divided by g prime of x. So the conditions that I need in order to make this statement rigorous is the following. I need to say both f and g are differentiable, okay? They're differentiable near x is equal to a, meaning that their derivatives exist. It makes sense to compute f prime. It makes sense to compute g prime. Okay, so I need that to be true. I also need, when this presents, this needs to present as either a 0 over 0 or a plus or minus infinity over plus or minus infinity. Okay? If it doesn't present in one of those forms, and what do I mean by presents in one of those forms? Think back to this example, okay? Think back to this example. The limit as x goes to 0, sine of x over x. Think back to that. The first thing you should do with any limit whatsoever is simply take the x value and plug it in and see what happens. If I take x is equal to 0 and I plug it in directly and I get the number 7, my limit's equal to 7. That's fine. That's exactly what we saw over here when I had the limit of x squared as x approaches 2. Yeah? If I just took x is equal to 2, I plug it in for x, I notice that that's 2 squared. That's the first thing you should do with any limit whatsoever, is just plug it in and see what happens. Okay? In this case, if I plug in x is equal to 0, well then what do I get? I get sine of 0 divided by 0, and we said that's 0 over 0. We say, well, we don't know what that is. That's fair. I don't know what that is. Nevertheless, it is one of the forms that's covered by L'Hopital's rule. It is one of the forms that's covered by L'Hopital's rule. Okay? So that's what I mean by this limit presents to you in this form, a 0 over 0 or a plus or minus infinity over plus or minus infinity. Now, these don't have to match, by the way. If the numerator goes to positive infinity and the denominator goes to minus infinity, that's fine. Okay? They don't have to be like plus infinity over plus infinity or minus over minus. Okay? They can differ. All right? But that's what I mean by the limit presents to you as this indeterminate form. 0 over 0 or plus or minus infinity over plus or minus infinity. And so L'Hopital's rule says, okay, if that happens, then as x approaches a, I can write this limit as differentiate the numerator divided by the derivative of the denominator. Now notice I'm not using the quotient rule when computing my derivative. I'm simply just differentiating the top, differentiating the bottom. Okay? So how would that apply here? How would that apply here with L'Hopital's rule? Well, I first look at it as x goes to 0, I get 0 over 0. Fantastic. L'Hopital's applies. L'Hopital's rule tells me take the derivative of the top. Okay, so I have to go back and say, okay, last time we talked about derivatives of trigonometric functions. So what's the derivative of sine? So I go and I look that up. That's cosine. Okay, so I get the limit back. X goes to 0. The top is a cosine. And I say, what's the derivative of x? Well, x is a power rule. It's x to the first power. So how do I differentiate x to the first? If I have x to the first, what do? That exponent comes down. So I'm going to get a 1. And then I decrease the power by 1. So this is really 1 times x to the 0, which is just 1. So the derivative of the denominator is just 1. That's fine. So this is cosine divided by 1. And I reevaluate. I say, well, it's a limit, so I'm just going to plug in the value and see what happens. Let's see what happens. As x goes to 0, this is cosine of 0. Okay, so I got to look it up again. I got to figure out what are the values. This is equal to cosine of 0. That's equal to 1. Which is exactly why I gave you that limit via the graph of sine of x divided by x is equal to 1. But now we actually have a concrete, algebraic, analytic way of evaluating a limit using L'Hopital's rule. Okay? So let me convince you that I can actually give you an example where 0 over 0 is not equal to 1. I told you that I could do that. I should, stand by my word on that. Okay? So here's the other example. If I give you the limit as x goes to 0 of, let's say, sine of 6x all over x. So a very small modification of the sine of x over x. I'm just speeding up the sign a little bit by multiplying it by 6. So if I plug in x is equal to 0, what do I get? I get sine of 6 times 0 is 0, so sine of 0 over 0, and that's 0 over 0. So even though that's indeterminate, it's like that's kind of a good thing because it presents to me in the right form for L'Hopital's rule. It allows me to use L'Hopital's rule, okay? So L'Hopital allows me to do the following. It says this is the limit as x goes to 0. Okay, so I have to take the derivative of the numerator and divide it by the derivative of the denominator. Okay, so The derivative of the numerator is a little confusing because it's not just the sign of x, it's a composition of things. You give me an x value, I'm first going to multiply it by 6. That's the first function I'm going to do. That's going to give me a 6x. And then I'm going to take that 6x and I'm going to feed it into sine. So that's actually a composition. Okay? So you have to think back, okay, if it's a composition, then what are the, like, how do I actually differentiate compositions of functions? You're like, that's the chain rule. The chain rule is how I do it. It's the onion analogy that I had. You work your way from the outermost layers to the innermost layers. So I look at this function and I say, okay, sine of 6x, what's the outermost function here? The outermost function is the sine. So I say, what's the derivative of sine? Well, we just figured that out. The derivative of sine was cosine. So this top will be cosine of what? 6x. But now once I've broken through that sine layer, I need to say, what's the derivative of the innermost layer, the next layer of my onion, which is my 6x. And the derivative of 6x is just 6. So I'm going to get cosine times 6. I'll put the 6 in front, divided by the derivative of x, which was equal to 1. So now I reassess. What happens when x goes to 0? When x goes to 0, what do I get? I'm going to get a 6 times cosine of 6 times 0 is 0, all over 1. We said cosine of 0 is 1, so now the answer is 6. So even though the original limit presented to me as a 0 over 0, and we saw in the first case with sine of x over x, that was equal to 1, the reason why it's indeterminate is because, well, look, here's another one that presents to me as 0 over 0, and I'm not saying the answer is 1 because it's not. The answer is actually equal to 6. That's why 0 over 0 is indeterminate. You don't know what it is. And you can use this example, simply replace 6 with any real number imaginable. You replace it with pi, you replace it with square root of 7, you replace it with 50 million, it doesn't matter what it is. You can now create a family of limits that present to you as 0 over 0, but their value is whatever the real number was that you gave me. That's why this is indeterminate. Okay? You can't determine its value without further investigation. Overall, okay? But L'Hopital's rule is by far one of the most versatile tools for computing limits going forward. All right? Okay. So now that we have L'Hopital's rule, we can compute all sorts of limits. We can go through, we can figure out, how to do all this, but only if the limit originally presents to me in one of those two forms. I'm not allowed to use L'Hopital's rule if I plug something in. So for example, one of the previous ones that we had was this. One of the previous ones we had was 1 over x squared, right? This is the volcano one that we just did. As x goes to 0 of 1 over x squared. If I plug in 0 directly, what do I get? How does this present to me? Well, it presents to me as a 1 over 0. That's not a L'Hopital form. That's not an indeterminate form. So it doesn't make sense for me to simply say, oh, this is equal to the limit of the derivative of a constant, that's 0, over the derivative of x squared is 2x, as x goes to 0. That's not legitimate, because L'Hopital's rule doesn't apply in those cases. Okay, so that's one very easy pitfall to fall into, is that suddenly every limit that crosses your path is a L'Hopital limit. And that's just a fallacy. That's not true. Okay? You have to have that the limit presents to you as a 0 over 0, or plus or minus infinity over plus or minus infinity. So if it doesn't present to you this way, then you have to resort to other techniques for actually evaluating the limit, such as looking at the graph and saying, oh, this goes off to plus infinity in that case. Okay, so you might have to look into graphical analyses and things like that. Does that make sense? Like L'Hopital's rule is not this like cure-all technique for evaluating every possible limit you ever encounter, okay? But it does handle a lot of them, especially the ones of 0 over 0, plus or minus infinity over plus or minus infinity. So if I can get my limit to look like one of those, then I can actually use the technique, right? So last time we were talking about this number e, when we were talking about derivatives, and how that kind of comes up, okay? Well, interestingly enough, L'Hopital's rule can allow me to kind of derive what e is, all right? So I kind of want to use this like economics example really quickly to kind of motivate this, okay? if I decide I'm going to take a chunk of money and invest it or put it in a, let's say, just put it in a bank, something like that, okay? I'm just going to take a chunk of money, plug it in a bank. Well, the bank, you're effectively giving the bank a loan. That's effectively what you're doing. And so as a result, the bank is going to provide you some incentive for giving them your money at the end of the day, right? And that's what your interest rate is, okay? So let's say I take, for easy numbers, let's take $1,000, whatever it is. I go to a bank and the bank says, I'm going to give you, well, I mean, if you choose a bank that has a decent interest rate, you might get something like, I don't know, 3 or 4% these days, something around those lines, right? Other banks, they'll give you like 0.1% or things like that. I mean, it depends on the bank. But if I give them that money, then they're like, oh, we're going to give you a certain amount of interest for giving us effectively a loan, okay? And that's great. Okay, so then, but how often do they give me that money? Okay, so that's how many times it's compounded, all right? So certain banks, they'll compound at the end of every single month. So they'll say every single month we'll give you whatever interest is. We'll apply that to your account. So if they give me like 4% on this, then if they do it 12 times throughout the year, 4 divided by 12 is how much they're going to multiply my principal, the amount that I gave them, to give me my interest at the end of the day, okay? So there's a formula that governs this, and the formula is you have your initial principal that you give them, that would be my $1,000 in this case, okay? And that's gonna be multiplied by what? That's gonna be multiplied by 1 plus, well, whatever rate they give me, divided by n. N is gonna be the number of compounds, so if they compound monthly, n would be 12 in this case, because there's 12 months in the year, okay? The rate is gonna be whatever the interest rate was, so if it's like 4%, you convert that to a decimal, so it'd be like 0.04, that's what R would be. And then you raise this to the number of compounds times the number of years that this is going to be invested, kind of thing, all right? But that's only if they're giving me compound interest every single month, all right? Every single month. So what I want to know is like, well, what if there existed a bank out there that actually gives me interest, it compounds for any possible subdivision of time I can think of. So you think of time, I mean, time is a continuous thing, right? Even from like me saying a word now to saying a word now, there is some continuum of time that took place in between those words being said. Do we agree? Okay. It's not like I say a word now, and now I say another word, and suddenly it's like, no, here was one time period, and then there was this gap, and then here's another time period. It's like that time is continuous, right? So the question I can ask is like, what if I compound infinitely often? What if I compound infinitely often? What actually happens? So what happens, so the question I want to understand is what happens when I take the limit as n goes to infinity? As n goes to infinity. So I have infinitely many compoundings that are happening of this quantity. So a0 times 1 plus r over n to the nt, okay? Well, one nice property with limits is that if you have a constant here, that can come outside of the limit. And that kind of makes sense if you think about it. If I just multiply a function by 2, it's like that's not going to affect the values of my function when I evaluate at x. It's just going to take whatever value I plug into my function f and multiply that by 2. So I can take constants outside of limits, okay? So I get an a0 here. I get a limit as n goes to infinity. Now, this thing I'm going to write as 1 plus r over n to the n, the whole thing raised to the power of t. This is just an algebraic exponential rule that if you take something raised to a power that's a product like this, then that's the same as how would I do this? The t comes in and it multiplies this exponent and gives me an n times t. Okay, it's just the property of exponents. It's just an algebraic rule. Okay? Now the beautiful thing about this is what is this limit here as n approaches infinity? It's tempting to be like, look, as n goes to infinity, r is fixed. R is our rate. That's 0.04 if we're saying 4% interest. That's a fixed number. The denominator is getting infinitely large. So what's happening as the denominator gets infinitely large? Where is that number going? Well, let's think about this for a second. If I had like 1 over 1, 1 over 2, 1 over 3, 1 over 4, dot, 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 and I just keep increasing the denominator, those numbers are getting smaller. Do we agree? 1/2 is 0.5, 1/3 is 0.33333, 1/4 is 0.25, 1/5, and so on. They're just getting smaller and smaller, right? If you think about it as powers of 10, right, eventually I'm going to have a 1 over 10, then I'm going to have a 1 over 100, then I'm going to have a 1 over 1,000, and things like that. Those are just 0.1, 0.01, 0.001, 0.0001, and so on. So what does it look like? What are these values going to go to as the denominator goes to infinity? It's going to go to 0. It's going to go to 0. So it's tempting to look at this and be like, oh, a finite number, 0.04, divided by infinity, that's 0. Okay. So this number is really 1. And I'm taking 1 raised to the infinity power. So it's like 1 times 1 times 1 times 1 times 1. It's like, oh, the number's 1. It's a very easy trap to fall into. That number is not 1. This number here is actually e to the r. So it's actually very far away from 1. Remember, e was our 2.718. That was that was this number that Euler created when he was looking at this, right? And I raised that to the r power in this case. So for example, if I just wanted to know what is the number e, I would just take r equal to 1. E to the 1. Okay, and so then I take this entire thing here, I raise it to the t power, and I multiply by a0, and that's what my limit is. So what this is saying is, look, if I were to invest $1,000 into some fictitious bank that compounds infinitely often for any subdivision of time imaginable, any nanosecond of time, it's compounding all the time. It's saying that the return on my investment is going to be governed by this particular equation. A0 e to the RT, okay? And you might look at that and be like, whoa, that's absolutely fantastic. Like, this is an exponential function. Exponential functions blow up to infinity incredibly fast. And it's like, whoa, what's the rate at which it's doing this? The rate is a really small number, 0.04. So this function is not growing as we like to think about exponential functions. We say like, oh, something is growing exponentially. It's like it's out of control. It's growing so fast and all of this kind of stuff. It's like, no, no, no.
What is it?
Like I can temper its growth by having a very small exponent, and so that this thing doesn't grow too quickly. Okay? But this is L'Hopital's rule will allow you to prove that this limit is actually equal to your e to the RT times a naught. So L'Hopital's rule will allow you to do that, even though it doesn't present to you as a 0 over 0 or 1 to the infinity, or 0 over 0 or plus or minus infinity over plus or minus infinity. You can algebraically manipulate this thing to turn it into something that becomes a 0 over a 0. And then L'Hopital's rule applies. But there's a good, 4 or 5 steps to do that. And that's beside the point. But I wanted to bring this in from what we did earlier when we were talking about this number e and how it can arise as a limit in that case. Okay? All right. So let's get back to limits and try and understand how do limits characterize a property of functions called continuity. So continuity. So what does it mean for a function to be continuous? Okay, what does it mean for a function to be continuous? We say that a function f is continuous at a point x is equal to a if the following condition holds. If the following condition holds, okay? If the limit as x approaches a of f of x is equal to f of a. Okay? We say that it's continuous at x is equal to a if that is true. Now, if you were to look this result up, typically this is broken down into saying that a function is continuous at x equals a if 3 conditions hold. Okay? Those 3 conditions are really kind of encapsulated just in this statement alone. And I kind of want to break that down. Okay? What this is saying is, look, f is continuous at x is equal to a. In order for me to even write down f of a, implicitly that's saying that f of a exists. It actually makes sense to plug x equals a into the function f. Okay, so f of a exists. The value at x equals a of my function exists. Okay, so that's something that's important to handle. The second thing that's happening is that, well, if the thing on the right-hand side exists, well, then this limit should exist. It's not like this 1 over x function where one side was going to infinity, the other side was going to minus infinity kind of thing where the limit didn't exist. All right? This is implicitly saying that this limit actually exists. So when I compute the limit's equal to 5, it's equal to 4, it's equal to pi, it's equal to whatever. The limit actually exists. And then furthermore, the last thing is that those two things have to coincide. Those two things have to coincide. The limit has to equal the value of the function. That's getting at the notion of continuity. So if you look at, like, what does it mean to be continuous? It's kind of funny because if you ask somebody, like, what does it mean for a function to be continuous? 9 times out of 10, they're going to tell you, well, I can draw it without lifting the pencil. And it's like, that's a great definition, actually. It's not mathematically rigorous, but it makes a lot of sense. I don't have any gaps, right? If I have to, like, pull my pencil off the page to actually move to another part to start drawing the graph, well, then there's some sort of gap that's happening there. There's no continuity of my function, okay? But we can have behavior that does something like this. We can have behavior like this where what? Well, whatever this value is, let's call this value L, the limit exists because as I move to x equals a from the left, the values of the function are getting closer to L. As I move to the a up from the right, the values get closer to L. So the limit exists, but what do I notice? The function isn't even defined here. So my function is discontinuous. It's not continuous there. And that kind of makes sense if you think about it. If this is like a trail that I'm walking on, okay? And suddenly it's like, okay, the trail's fine, the trail's fine. The second I get to A, suddenly the trail disappears. Well, it's like, well, I kind of have to like walk over whatever is the disappearing part. There's a gap, right? The continuity has failed. The continuity is not there, okay? So I could have behaviors like this. Or I could even say, like, maybe I define the value of my function at x equals a to be this dot up here. Still discontinuous. It's not a continuous function, okay? If I wanted to draw this, I'd have to draw it here, draw a circle, lift the pen, draw the point, then come back and draw the rest of it. That's not continuous, okay? But the limit exists. But the value of my function does not, okay? So that's the key difference. So continuity is saying, no, that's not allowed. Continuity is saying the limit has to exist and the function value also has to exist, okay? And so limits will allow me to characterize the behavior of being continuous at a point simply by using limits and the value of my function. And the most important thing that comes out of this is what's called the intermediate value theorem. And this is where we're going to get our next algorithm for trying to find where functions are equal to 0. The intermediate value theorem, it's a very simple theorem to understand intuitively. Mathematically, it seems a little strange, okay? So I'm going to write down the mathematical version of this, and then I'll give you the intuition for how you think about this, okay? So the intermediate value theorem says the following thing. It says if f is continuous on the closed interval from a to b. Okay, so this is just a notation for an interval from a to b, okay? And I have brackets, meaning that it's closed, okay? If f is continuous on a to b, and m is any value between f of a and f of b, then there is some C in open AB with the value of f at C equal to m. Okay? Now, if you're anything like me, you've like lost all attention span at this point, and you're looking at it and you're like, Robbie, I have no idea what you're telling me right now. You're just writing symbols on a board. Okay? You're just writing symbols on a board. And that's fair. That's fair, right? I mean, you have this massive statement, like, what is this actually trying to tell me?
Be well.
It's telling you what young children understand very simply by going out to the playground with a jump rope, okay? Again, I told you guys earlier that I interpret things very simplistically. It's the way I learn, right? I have to have a very simplistic model in my brain to actually understand the principle. So if you give me something like this, I'm not going to understand it. But if you tell me that if you draw a line on the ground, if you draw a line on the ground, and you go out to, you go out to recess, okay? My son goes out to recess with a jump rope, all right? And he sees a line on the ground. And he takes that jump rope and he just tosses it on the ground. Okay, so the jump rope does something like this. Let's say here's the end of the jump rope, here's the other end of the jump rope. Okay? So he just tosses it on the ground. The one end of the jump rope is there, the other end of the jump rope is here, and the line is somewhere right there. Then he can look at it and he can say it crosses the line. It has to cross the line. Do we agree? It has to cross the line. So if this is one end of the jump rope, this is the other end of the jump rope, well, the jump rope is a continuous thing, yeah? There's no gaps in it, right? It's not like, you've never jumped rope before with something, maybe you have, right? Like you cut the jump rope in half and you're literally just swinging things now. You're not jumping over anything, right? It's a broken thing, it's discontinuous. So that means that it's got to cross the line somewhere. Do you agree? Okay, so now let's put this in the framework of what the theorem is actually saying. The theorem is now saying this. It's saying, look, let's say here's my x-axis, here's my y-axis. Over here is A. Over here is B. At x is equal to A, this value here is f of A. When x is equal to b, this value is f of b. Okay? So the theorem is saying the following. It's saying, if you give me any number in between f of a and f of b, so here's f of a, here's f of b, you give me any number in between. Here's m. Okay? There's my value of m. And I look at y equals m, horizontal line. It says if you have a function which is continuous on a to b, and here's its graph, here's y equals f of x, that graph has to cross m at some point. It has to cross m at some point. It's the jump rope. The jump rope has to cross the painted line on the ground at some point. Where does it cross? Well, it crosses right here. And what's the input value? That's the c value that they're telling me. If I take x is equal to c and I plug it in, I should get equal to m. Okay? That's what the intermediate value theorem is saying. But it's a schoolyard theorem at the end of the day. Okay? And that's how you can remember it. If I draw a line on the ground and I take a piece of rope and I just toss it down on the ground, I can say that line, or that rope has to cross that line. Okay? So we're going to develop another algorithm which is called the bisection method, which gives us another way for determining when a function is equal to 0. When a function is equal to 0. Because if m is equal to 0, then I'm saying, whatever the function is, it has to cross 0. So I'm going to leverage the intermediate value theorem with continuity of a function to be able to compute when does that function equal 0. When does that function equal 0? Okay, now that we have the intermediate value theorem, we're going to create another algorithm which allows us to find where a function will vanish. Okay, so remember last time we talked about, earlier we talked about Newton's method, and it's this very versatile method for finding where a function crosses the x-axis, where it's equal to 0, and we said that we could leverage that to figure out where the derivative of a function vanishes as well, and that was where our peaks and valleys are coming from. But we said that there were certain aspects of Newton's method where we had pitfalls associated to it. We had On one of them, if my derivative was ever equal to 0, right, then the tangent line was now horizontal, so it wouldn't make sense to actually say it crosses the x-axis. So it destroyed the iterative nature of Newton's method. We also had that if I somehow like chose a point and my function started oscillating between the two, it could be like, I guess x0 is equal to 2, and then I get x1 was -2, and then x2 was 2, and then x3 was -2, and now you're just going 2, -2, 2, -2, 2, -2. You're just bouncing back and forth. It's not actually narrowing in on what the corresponding root is at any point. So there were some downfalls to Newton's method. So now that we have the intermediate value theorem, we can come up with the bisection method. Okay, so the bisection method.
Action speaks louder than words.
Which is another method for trying to determine when a function is equal to 0. Remember, that's our motivation for this entire thing. It's trying to figure out when does f of x equal to 0, okay? So remember that the ultimate goal is we have a function that we're trying to set equal to 0, where that function is going to be the derivative of something, because that's going to tell me where I have horizontal tangent lines, and that's going to be where I have my peaks and my valleys at the end of the day, okay? So that's still the motivation for all of this. We're aiming towards getting optimization, and we're going to get there very soon. But the bisection method is very beautiful. It just takes advantage of the fact that the intermediate value of what the intermediate value theorem says. Okay? So let me remind you what the intermediate value theorem says. This was that schoolyard thing that I kind of mentioned last time. So the intermediate value theorem. Okay? So this said what? If f is continuous on a closed interval AB, and m is any value between f of A and f of B, then there exists some C in the open interval AB with f of C equal to m. Okay? So again, if you're anything like me, once I start reading a theorem like this, my brain just wanders and I don't understand anything as to what it's actually saying. Okay, so, but the picture is really all you need to know. Okay, so let's say I have something like this. Let's say here's A, here's B. Okay, f of A is maybe, let's say I'll put it down here. Okay, so here's f of A. And f of B, maybe I'll put it up here somewhere. So f of B is up here. Then it says that if you give me any value of m in between f of A and f of B, that means that, for example, if I chose m to be here, so here's y equals m. So m is this value on the y-axis right there. It says that if f is a continuous function and it starts here and it ends here, then it has to cross the horizontal line. That's what the intermediate value theorem says at the end of the day. So you can say, okay, well, if I do something like that, I have to cross y equals m. That's really where the continuity is shining through. And last time we talked about continuity as saying the limit of f of x as x approaches a is equal to f of a. It's saying that the limit exists and it equals the value of my function. I can't have any gaps. Because you can see quite easily how you could make this fail if you're allowed to say that your function is discontinuous. It's like, okay, you know, just kind of think about the schoolyard analogy that I had, right? If I drew a line on the ground and I took a jump rope and just put it on the ground, then it's going to have to cross that line as long as one part of the jump rope is on one side and the other part of the jump rope is on the other side, kind of thing, right? But you can imagine if I just draw a line on the ground, it's like I can just like start walking up to the line and then just step over the line kind of thing. And it's like I never have to cross the line necessarily. Like I don't have to, if I'm drawing something with my foot, right? Like I don't necessarily have to cross that line at some point. So you can imagine if I relax continuity, I could just draw the line and then the second I get over here, I could just jump over it and then finish getting to f of b at that point. So continuity is really crucial for the intermediate value theorem, okay? So the way that we're going to leverage this, again, we're trying to figure out where f of x is equal to 0, is the following thing. Well, if I modify the intermediate value theorem slightly, and I say, look, if f of a and f of b, one of which is positive and one of which is negative, what do I notice? Well, here I said, M can be any value in between this. I take M equal to 0. I take the x-axis. F of A is negative, F of B is positive. That means it has to cross the x-axis somewhere. Notice, well, it does. It has to cross at some particular point. Okay? So if we modify this slightly, so we apply the intermediate value theorem when what? Well, when one way of capturing that F of A and F of B, one of which is negative, one of which is positive, is to simply say if I take the product of their values, it's negative. Does that make sense? Right? Like, for example, F of A can be negative, then F of B would have to be positive. Or F of A could be positive and F of B could be negative. I don't want to have to say like if this, then that kind of thing, or if that, then this kind of thing. I'd like to be able to just have one statement. And the easiest way to say it is simply to say, if I take F of A times F of B, it's negative. If I take two numbers and I multiply them and it's negative, well, one has to be positive, one has to be negative. But it doesn't tell me which one has to be which. Okay? So this statement here, F of A times F of B is negative, captures both. Either F of A is negative and F of B is positive, or F of B is negative and F of A is positive. Okay? So it captures both statements here. So we apply the intermediate value theorem when F of A times F of B is negative. So what's the conclusion? It says there exists some C in AB such that F of C is equal to M. What is M that I'm going to choose? We're going to choose M equal to 0. So the conclusion is there is some C in AB with F of C equal to M, which is 0. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to accomplish, is trying to figure out where does the function equal 0. Okay? So the bisection method is basically an algorithm for finding when the function actually crosses the x-axis. Okay? When does the function cross the x-axis? So I want to illustrate this in the following way. Okay? How do I do it? So I'm going to give you a picture first to motivate it, and then we're going to do some concrete examples. And we're going to use an example that we did last time with Newton's method for trying to approximate the square root of 2. Okay? That we did during the Newton's method section. Okay? So the picture is going to be the following. I have my interval here. Let's say here's A and here's B. Okay? And just to illustrate the property, I'm going to say that F of A is negative and F of B is positive. But you could reverse the roles. You could say F of A is positive and F of B is negative. It doesn't matter. The same technique is going to apply. So let's say F of A is down here, F of A, and F of B is up here. Okay? There's F of B. Okay? And again, I'm thinking of A, B as living on my x-axis. Okay? So those are my input values. That's my closed interval from A to B. Okay? So that lives on my x-axis. Now, if my function is continuous, then the intermediate value theorem tells me that it's going to have to cross the x-axis at some point. So this value here is the C that I'm looking for, such that F of C is equal to 0. And that's guaranteed to me by the intermediate value theorem. Okay? One thing that you need to be aware of is that the intermediate value theorem simply asserts the existence of a C value on AB. It doesn't tell you that there's only one. Right? Think about it. If I gave you the function sine of x, for example, sine of x oscillates, does something like this. I'm going to do my best. Okay? There's sine of x. And I gave you the closed interval, say, here's A and here's B, right? Well, how many times does the graph cross the x-axis? Well, it crosses once, twice, 3 times in that range. The intermediate value theorem would simply say there exists a point at which you cross the x-axis, but it doesn't say there exists 3 points at which it does it. It's simply an existential statement. It's just saying there exists at least one. But there could be more. There could be more. But that's fine, because at the end of the day, we only care about finding when a function equals 0. We don't care how many times it equals 0 necessarily. We just care, can we find when it equals 0? Okay? So here's what the bisection method does. Let me illustrate this for you. Here's the bisection method. All right. It says the following. Look at the interval from A to B. You know that f of A in this example is negative and f of B is positive. So then you say, take the interval and look at its midpoint. Look at the middle of the interval. Okay? The middle of the interval is right here. We have a formula for it. When you have an interval from A to B, the midpoint is you add the endpoints and divide by 2. So you take A plus B over 2. Okay? So that's the middle of the interval. You can kind of convince yourself of that to some extent. Like if I gave you the interval from like 0 to 4. Well, what's the middle? It's like, well, 2. Okay, well, 0 to 4, if I take 4 plus 0 divided by 2, that's 4 divided by 2, which is 2. So that's giving me the midpoint of that interval. You can kind of convince yourself that the A plus B over 2 is actually the midpoint. Okay, so then what do? I say, all right, compute f of A plus B over 2. So compute the value of your function at the midpoint. Compute the value of your function at the midpoint. Now, I don't necessarily care what the actual number is. I just care, is it positive or is it negative? Okay? So if I plug in the midpoint and I get the value is like 7.3, it's like, I don't care that the value is 7.3. I just care that 7.3 is positive. That's all I care about. Okay? So what do? I say, all right, I evaluate at that point. In this picture, this value is my f of A plus B all over 2, which happens to be positive. Okay? It happens to be positive. So what do? How do I actually get the bisection method to work in my favor? Well, think about it for a second. The intermediate value theorem told me initially because f of A was negative and f of B was positive, there had to exist a C in between A and B such that f of C were equal to 0. But what did we just figure out? We said, look, f of A is negative and f of the midpoint is positive. Well, my function's still continuous on that interval, so the intermediate value theorem still applies. So the intermediate value theorem says, oh, well, I don't need to search for C over here anymore. Because I know that f of A is negative and f of the midpoint is positive, so C has to live somewhere in between those things. C has to live somewhere in between those things. And so it takes my interval from A to B and it cuts it in half and says, you don't need to search in the entirety of AB. You can now search in 1/2 of it. Okay? So then what am I going to do? You just repeat this. Okay? So you repeat. In this example, I repeat on what interval? A plus B over 2. I can throw away the other half of my interval because the intermediate value theorem doesn't guarantee me anything on the other interval. The other interval says f of the midpoint is positive, f of the right endpoint is positive. It doesn't tell me anything about maybe somewhere in there I'm negative. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Okay? It's possible my function does something like this. It's possible my function comes up here, dips down, and then comes back up, in which case it would actually cross the x-axis, but this doesn't tell me that. This doesn't tell me that at all. If I'm positive here and positive here, I am not guaranteed to be 0 anywhere in between those two things. Does that make sense? I'm not, like, if I'm at 2 at the midpoint, okay, if I give you that this is 2 and this is 5, the intermediate value theorem just tells me you're guaranteed to take on any value in between 2 and 5. It doesn't tell me I'm going to dip down and go to 0 or hit 0 somehow. It doesn't tell me anything like that. So I can't leverage it to actually create an algorithm. But now that I do know that f of the midpoint was positive here and f of A was negative here, the intermediate value theorem says, there has to be a C value in between that's 0 somewhere. Now you just repeat the process. Now you repeat the process. So you look at this thing and you say, okay, let's find the midpoint. C actually kind of looks like it's in the midpoint, but I'm going to pretend that it's not. I'm going to say, let's say I look at this point, that's my next midpoint there. What is that value? Well, that value, how do you do it? You take this guy plus this guy and divide the result by 2. That's the midpoint there. So this is my midpoint, let's say. Okay, that's my midpoint. What do? I evaluate my function at that midpoint. This picture looks like it's down here somewhere. Okay, so it looks like that's f of midpoint. Let's give this thing a name. Let's call this x sub 1. F of x sub 1, and it looks like that's negative based on the picture. And so what can I say? I can say, oh, well, if that's negative, I know that f of x1 is negative. F of the midpoint was positive. I can say I don't need to search in this interval anymore either. And then you keep repeating this. I now search in this interval. I take its midpoint. The value of my function is positive. I throw this out. I take the midpoint here. The value of my function is positive. I throw this out. Take the value of my midpoint. Throw this one out. And what can you see? You're literally trapping the value x is equal to c by simply just taking these smaller and smaller and smaller intervals. Okay? You do this long enough, and what's going to happen? You just choose a point in each of these intervals. Eventually, it'll converge down to c, which is precisely what you're trying to figure out. Okay? That's what the bisection method is. But notice, the bisection method, nowhere in here did I say that f prime can't be 0, or that f has to be differentiable or anything like that. Things that Newton's method required, I'm not even using here. So if there are certain pitfalls for Newton's, like I get this alternation back between -2 and 2, -2, 2, things like that, this doesn't suffer from that. It doesn't suffer from the derivative being 0 or something along those lines. It doesn't suffer from that. So in applications where Newton's method doesn't necessarily apply, this method would. So it gives us another algorithm for doing it. Now this method is slower than Newton. In fact, much slower than Newton, but it's still relatively fast. It's a logarithmic convergence associated to that, whatever that means. But it means that it effectively converges relatively quickly. Relatively quickly. Not as fast as Newton. Newton is like the prime standard for the most part. However, this one does converge when applicable. Okay, so let's do an example. We talked about trying to approximate the square root of 2 using Newton's method, and we saw that it converged really quickly. Okay, so let's do the same thing using bisection. So here's the example. So let's approximate square root of 2 using bisection method. Okay, using bisection. Now remember how we did this for Newton. We have to formulate this problem as taking a function and setting it equal to 0. That's effectively what we're getting for every single one of these questions, is we're trying to formulate it as a function equals 0. So remember for Newton, what did we do? So my solution was I set x equal to the square root of 2. And we said, well, okay, well then that means that x squared is equal to 2. And so to turn it into a function equals 0, we said just move the 2 over. And now I'm looking at x squared minus 2 is equal to 0. So this is going to be f of x. F of x is x squared minus 2. Okay, that's my function. That's kind of the little trick to turn it into the framework of getting a function setting it equal to 0 at the end of the day. Okay. So what do I do now for bisection? Well, bisection, you have to produce an interval from A to B, and you have to guarantee that your function is continuous because you have to invoke the intermediate value theorem. The intermediate value theorem says you need 2 ingredients. You need the function to be continuous, and you need an interval, closed interval A to B. Okay? You need that to be true. So when finding the interval from A to B, this is kind of the hardest part. And this is where people typically just ask, well, how did you know A was this and how did you know B was this? And the answer is, well, I didn't. I didn't at the end of the day, right? What I really need to step back and look at is, remember, I need to produce an A such that f of A is either positive or negative. And then I need to produce a B such that f of B is the opposite sign of whatever f of A was. So if f of A was positive, I'm looking for a B such that f of B is negative, or vice versa, kind of thing, okay? So one of the nicest things to check is just plug in x is equal to 0 and see what happens. Okay, plug in x is equal to 0. That's usually a safe value to plug in, okay? So if I take in f of 0, what do I get? I get 0 squared minus 2, so that's negative 2. That's negative. That's negative. Okay. So now the goal is choose another value such that f of that value is positive. Okay, well, I don't have to look too far. I could look at this and say, like, okay, well, x is equal to 0. That was a nice point. What if I plug in x is equal to 1? Well, f of 1 is 1 minus 2. That's still negative. Not good. Okay, well, x is equal to 2. That would be a natural next choice. Should choose f of 2. F of 2, that's equal to 2 squared minus 2. So that's 4 minus 2, which is 2, which is positive. Bingo. I have my interval. My interval is going to be a is 0, b is 2. There's my interval. But there's no like secret sauce to this whole thing or whatever to actually figure out what is the interval. It's kind of a guess and check to some extent. You just start plugging in values and see like, oh, I'm positive here, I'm negative here, therefore intermediate value theorem tells me I have to be 0 somewhere. And then you run bisection in that interval. Notice that somebody could have come in and said, well, I'm going to plug in x is equal to negative 5. Okay, negative 5 is 25 minus 2, that's positive. And then somebody comes in and says, and then plug in 0. Well, f of 0 is negative, so that means that my interval could be negative 5 to 0, and I could run bisection method there. But I wouldn't actually be getting the square root of 2 in that case. I'd be getting minus the square root of 2 because I'm in a negative part of my real axis. So you have to kind of look back and say, like, what am I actually trying to compute? I'm trying to compute the square root of 2. That's a positive number. So trying to choose like 0 and something else is a safe bet. That's a safe bet. You kind of have to keep the context of the problem in mind, okay, when you're doing that. Okay, so there's my interval. Now I have to assert that f is continuous. Okay, so I need to be able to say something about the function being continuous. Well, the function is x squared minus 2. Okay, these things have a name. They're called a polynomial. Okay, so f is continuous because f is a polynomial. Okay, that's kind of, you know, that feels like cheating to some extent. You're like, oh, well, it's continuous. Why? Well, I'm not going to check the property. I'm just going to invoke the fact that it's a polynomial, and then it's a well-known fact that polynomials are continuous. That's fine. That's fine. But if you wanted to prove that f is actually continuous, you'd have to prove that the limit of f of x as x approaches any point is equal to the value of the function at that point. You'd have to prove that result. Okay? So we're just going to use the fact that f is a polynomial, and polynomials are known to be continuous. Okay? So therefore, by the intermediate value theorem, since f of 0 was negative and f of 2 was positive, there has to be some point in between 0 and 2 for which f of c is equal to 0. So if I plug in c for x, that's saying that c squared minus 2 is 0, i.e. c is equal to the square root of 2. So now we're going to use bisection to trap the value c and figure out how close we can get to it. Okay? So here we go. Let's run the algorithm. Okay? So here's how I like envisioning all of this. Okay? So here's 0. Here's 2. I know that at f of 0 I'm negative down here somewhere. Okay? So here's my f of 0. That's negative. And I know that at x is equal to 2 I'm positive. I'm up here somewhere. So here's f of 2. Okay? Now, I know that it crosses somewhere. Okay, it crosses somewhere. So let's say, I don't know, something like this. Okay? You don't actually have to draw the graph of the function, after all. You just have to draw that it's positive here, it's negative here, and it has to connect the two somehow. I mean, you could literally draw a straight line between the two. Like, it doesn't matter, okay? Doesn't matter. Okay, so what does the bisection method say? It says find the midpoint. Okay, so what's the midpoint here? I'm going to take the left endpoint plus the right endpoint, so 0 plus 2, and divide it by 2. Okay, so what am I going to get? Well, that's a 1. Okay, the middle of that interval, 0 to 2, is 1. It says evaluate the function at 1. Okay, so compute f of 0 plus 2 over 2, so f of 1. So I go, all right, what is f of 1? Let's compute that up here. Here, let's give us some room up here. Let's compute f of 1. And see what we get. All right. So f of 1.
Tread lightly.
What is that? 1 squared minus 2. That's 1 minus 2. That's minus 1. That's negative. Okay. So that's negative. So I can say, I can draw the picture here and say, all right, here's f of 1. F of 1 is negative. So what can I conclude? I can say, well, look, f of 0 was negative, f of 1 was negative. The intermediate value theorem doesn't tell me anything on this interval. It doesn't assert that there has to be a 0 here. So I can say, throw this out. I no longer have to search in that range. Okay? I no longer have to search in that range. So now I'm searching in this range, in between 1 and 2. I apply bisection again. It says, okay, let's look at the midpoint. The midpoint is right here. So what is that? That's 1 plus 2 over 2. So that's 3 over 2, or 1.5. Okay, 1.5. It says evaluate the function at 1.5 and check, is it positive or is it negative? Okay, so let's see how that is. So if I take f of 1.5, that's what? 1.5 squared minus 2. Okay, I don't like dealing with decimals personally. It's easier for me to handle fractions. So 1.5 is 3 over 2. So this is really like 3 over 2 squared minus 2, which is 9 over 4 minus 2. Well, what is that? 4 goes into 9 twice with a remainder of 1. So this is like a 2 1/4. So this is 2.25. Okay, so this is 2.25 minus 2, which is 0.25. Again, I don't care what the value is, that it's actually 0.25. I just care if it's positive or negative at the end of the day. Okay, so I come over here to my 1.5. I computed the value. Okay, I got f of 1.5. That was positive. So what can I say? Which interval do I throw away? I'm positive here. I'm positive here. Intermediate value theorem tells me nothing here. So I throw this interval out. Okay, this one gets thrown out. And you keep doing this, okay? You keep doing this. So we'll do one more time, all right? I'll do one more time. Okay, so this was 1.5, this is 1. Okay, so I look at the midpoint here. Okay, so what is this? This is 1 plus 1.5 all over 2. So what's that? 2.5 over 2, which is what? 1 1/4? 1.25? I think, right? You have to check me, keep me honest on this, all right? I think that's right. 2.5 divided by 2, 1.25. Okay, that's fine. I evaluate my function at that midpoint now. What is f at 1.25? So I take f of 1.25. Okay, 1.25 as a fraction is what? That's like 5/4. Okay, again, simplistically, I have to think about it that way, right? If you hand me 5 actual quarters, like coins kind of thing, right? What do I get? 4 of them give me 1 whole, and then I give another quarter, so I have 5 quarters gives me 1.25. Okay, so that's fine. So that's 5 over 4. So I get 5 over 4 squared minus 2. Okay, so what is this? This is 25 over 16 minus 2. It's like, oh, geez. Is that positive? Is that positive or is that negative? Well, 16 goes into 25 once and change, right? It doesn't go in twice, because if it went in twice, this would have to be 32 or higher. Okay, so it goes in once and change, and I'm subtracting 2. So this is like 1 point something minus 2. It's negative. It's negative. Okay, fine. So this is negative. Again, at the end of the day, I don't care what the actual value is. I just care if it's positive or negative. That's it. All right, so I evaluated at 1.25. I got that I was negative. So this was f of 1.25. And so then I throw out this interval because I'm negative here, intermediate value theorem tells me nothing here. And then you just repeat this, okay? But notice what's happening. We first started in the interval from 0 to 2, okay? That was where we started. And then what did we do? Here, let me just draw like an arrow saying we run bisection method once and it carves down the interval to something else. What interval were we now playing in? We went from 0 to 2. We said we didn't need 0 to 1. So that took me to 1 to 2. Once I looked in 1 to 2, I said I don't need 1.5 to 2. So that means I'm looking in the interval from 1 to 1.5. And then I said if I'm in the interval 1 to 1.5, I don't need the interval from 1 to 1.25. So now I'm in the interval from 1.25 to 1.5. And then I'm going to keep doing this over and over again. But remember, last time we said the square root of 2 was equal to what? This is roughly 1.414 and change. And look at how amazing this is already doing. It's saying start in this large interval, 0 to 2, carve that down to half of it, 1 to 2, carve that down to 1 to 1.5, great. Carve that down to 1.25 to 1.5. It's like it's literally narrowing in on this number. As I keep carving this interval down and further and further and further, I'm getting closer and closer to 1.4 and change. Does that make sense? It's kind of magical at the end of the day, right? That this is actually working to some extent. But it's literally just exploiting the fact that the intermediate value theorem says if you're negative here, you're positive here, you have to cross. If I lay a jump rope on the ground and there's a line in between the two and the jump rope is continuous, it has to cross the line somewhere. That's it. And it's not telling us anything about the derivative or anything like that, okay? So this seems, it's like, okay, well, that's all fine and great. But at the end of the day, remember, we're trying to figure out when does the derivative equal 0? When does the derivative equal 0, okay? The motivation for this entire thing is what? We want to be able to get to a place where we understand optimization because applied mathematics, machine learning, data science, AI, all of that, at some point there is some governing function for your model that you want to optimize. You want to minimize the error associated to it. So we are trying to get to optimization, ultimately. So we want to figure out when does the derivative equal 0. That's what we're trying to get to, all right? Now, analytically, sometimes finding the derivative is relatively simple. In practice, in the real world, it's never simple, okay? So I can give you, so let me kind of compare and contrast this, okay? Let me kind of compare and contrast this. And then I'll explain what I mean by the real world, okay? So here's kind of a simple example, okay? So when you learn this material, it's very simple to kind of fall into this false sense of security of being like, oh, all of the functions you've ever given me, I've been able to just compute the derivative using basic algebraic principles, plug in values, and actually find out where it's equal to 0. And it's very simple to be like, oh, well, that's what it's like in the real world. And it's like, that's not what it's like in the real world. In the wild, the functions that you are dealing with are not functions that are very easily manageable. They're not functions like this. If I gave you a function f of x is equal to, say, I don't know, x cubed minus, let's say, 6x squared, or something like this, and I say, where is f prime 0? Where is f prime of x equal to 0? That's the game. Then I would say, okay, well, let's take its derivative and see if I can just set it equal to 0 by hand and see what happens along those lines. Okay, so, well, a natural thing to do would be to say, all right, what's f prime? So I have to kind of step back and be like, okay, what are they asking me to do? They're asking me to find f prime. Do I know rules that tell me how to find f prime in this case? And the answer is, okay, the power rule on x cubed tells me bring the 3 down and decrease the exponent by 1, so that's going to become a 3x squared. This one says, well, it's a difference of functions. I have x cubed minus 6x squared, and we said the derivative of a difference is the difference of the derivatives, so I just need to go term by term to differentiate. I don't have any products of things, right? I don't have like an x squared times a sine of x, things like that. I do have a product with the 6, but remember constants can come out when they're multiplied in. That was one of our derivative rules associated to it. So now I say, okay, this is going to be minus 6 times what? The derivative of x squared, power rule again, that's going to be a 2x. And so this whole thing is 3x squared minus 12x, and I'm setting that equal to 0. So I say, okay, what rules do I have for setting things equal to 0? Well, I could say this is a quadratic, so I could hit it with the quadratic formula or something along those lines. So I could look up the formula and figure out how to set it equal to 0, and that's fine. Or I can say, does this thing factor? Do they have anything that are common? And I say, well, I have a 3 and a 12. A 3 comes out from both of those. I have an x squared and an x comes out from both of those. And then what do I need in here to fill in the actual factorization? Well, when I bring this in here, the result has to be a 3x squared. So this has to be an x. And when I bring this in here, it has to be a minus 12x. So I don't need any more x's, I just need more 3's. So I get that in the form of a 4. Right? 3 times 4 is 12, so that's going to give me my factorization. And then because these are real numbers, I say, well, when I have the product of two real numbers is equal to 0, that means either one of them is 0, so 3x is 0, or the other one is 0, x minus 4 is 0. So that means either x is 0 or 4. Okay? But that's incredibly specific. It's incredibly specific. This function, its derivative was relatively simple to compute, and 2, it factored nicely, and I was able to say x is 0 or x is equal to 4. Okay? That's very contrived. It's very contrived. Okay? What if I simply tweaked this? Okay, so here's example 1. What if I gave you another example, and I said something of the form, what about g of x is equal to, I don't know, sine of x minus x squared? I give you this function. Doesn't seem that much different than the previous one. After all, this one I had 2 terms, this one I have 2 terms, so that's not too bad. Yeah, I've changed sine of x quite a bit. It's not an x cubed anymore. But I'm still trying to ask the question, what about g prime of x is equal to 0? Does that have a solution? How would I find it? All of that. Okay, well, I can kind of start the same way. I can say, well, all right, for my solution, I can say g prime of x. Okay, I need to figure out what the derivative is, so I have to go back and say, okay, sine of x, is it a composition number 1? The answer is, well, no, it's just straight up sine of x, that's fine. It's not like sine of 6x or sine of x squared or anything like that. So, okay, so what's its derivative? Derivative of sine is equal to cosine. So I look at that, I get cosine of x, okay? And then I have the difference of functions, so then the derivative of this is just the sum, or the difference of the derivatives. So I'm gonna get minus the derivative of x squared, which is 2x, and I say that's equal to 0. And it's like, well, good luck with that. Good luck with that, right? At the end of the day up here, when I said this was equal to 0, I said, okay, now let's find the values of x for which that's true. I got all the x's on one side, I factored them out, and I said the product of numbers being 0 means that one of them has to be 0, and I simplified from there. It's like, all right, fine, factor x. I can't. Solid. So that technique's out. So what do I do? I'm completely stuck. There's nothing I can do at this point. All right? I can try and say, like, well, add 2x to the other side. So I'm saying, okay, does cosine of x equal 2x? And it's like, well, that's like maybe helpful. I don't know, but it doesn't really seem very helpful at this stage. Why? Well, because I don't know whether cosine equals 2x or not. I've got no clue. So I can stare at this for a little bit and say, like, all right, does it have a solution, though? I may not be able to actually find what x is analytically, being able to like factor things out and all of that stuff, but does it actually have a solution? Well, let's look at the geometry of it. Let's see. What is the graph of cosine of x? Cosine of x is an oscillating wave that looks something like this. Don't make fun of me. I'm trying to do this as best I can, all right? Here we go. All right, that's not bad. Y equals cosine of x. Okay, so y equals cosine of x, that's this one. And if I graph y equals 2x, what does y equals 2x look like? Well, that's just a line. That's just a line. It has to go through the origin, and it has a slope of 2. So it's going to go through here, and it has a slope of 2. So here's y equals 2x. So again, I ask you the following question. Does that have a solution? Well, it has a solution if those two graphs intersect each other. So does it intersect? Yes, it does. It intersects right there. So then the question is, if I drop that down, what is that c value for which 2 times c equals cosine of c, or equivalently, evaluating this function and setting it equal to 0. So geometrically, I can say, yes, there's a solution. So that's a start. I know a solution has to exist. But how do I find it? How do I actually find it? And that's where the bisection method comes into play. That's where the bisection method comes in. Okay, so let's run bisection method on it. Remember, bisection method tells you you have to invoke the intermediate value theorem. Okay, so the intermediate value theorem says you need two ingredients. You need the derivative, the function is continuous. In this case, what is my function? The function is this guy, g prime of x. That's the function. It happens to be a derivative, that's fine, but at the end of the day, I just care about whatever the function is. Okay, so I need to assert that g prime of x is cosine of x minus 2x is continuous on AB in order for the intermediate value theorem to apply. Okay, I also need that g prime at A is either negative or positive, and g prime at B is the other one. So if g prime of A is positive, then g prime of B is negative, or vice versa. I need that in order to invoke intermediate value theorem. So I need to now construct an interval AB. Okay? Now, cosine of x minus 2x, cosine is a trigonometric function, which is continuous everywhere. Here's its graph. Okay? There's no gaps to this thing. It just waves the entire time. So continuous, 2x is a line. That's continuous everywhere. So continuous minus continuous. This is continuous for everything. It's continuous on the entire real line, on the entire x-axis. Okay? So I just really need to find A and B now, such that g prime of A is either positive or negative, and g prime of B is the reverse. Okay? So again, plugging in 0 is usually a safe bet. So let's try that. So if I take g prime of 0, what do I get? I get cosine of 0 minus 2 times 0 is 0. I have to look up what is cosine of 0. Well, that's 1. So this is 1. That's positive. That's good. Okay, so I know that 1 point gives me a positive value. I need another point which is going to give me a negative value. Okay? Now remember, these are trigonometric functions. So you're going to have to evaluate these at points. So choose points that you know some values of the trigonometric function. So for example, I know what cosine of pi is. Cosine of pi is -1. So maybe trying pi might work. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Let's see. So if I take g prime at pi, what do I get? I get cosine of pi minus 2 pi. Well, cosine of pi is -1 minus 2 pi. So I start at -1 and I subtract more. Okay, well, that's going to be negative for sure. So now I have my interval. A is 0, B is pi. Okay? So this interval is going to be from 0 up to pi. And that kind of makes sense from the picture if you think about it right here. Pi is right here. Pi is there, and 0 is here. And C lives somewhere in between 0 and pi. All right? So now we're going to try and run the bisection method to try and trap what C is equal to. Okay? So let's do that. All right, so I got to erase some of this, but let's figure this out. Okay. So here we go. I have, here is 0, here is pi. I know that g prime at 0 was 1, so that's positive, so that's something up here. So g prime at 0 is positive, and I know g prime at pi is negative, that's someplace down here. G prime at pi, okay? Now I'm not gonna draw the line, but I know that g prime is continuous, so it connects this point to this point, so it has to cross somewhere here. So what do? I look at my midpoint. My midpoint is what? 0 plus pi divided by 2. So this point is pi over 2. Okay? I plug that into my function and decide, is it positive or is it negative? Okay, so we're going to do that computation over here. So we have g prime at pi over 2. That's equal to cosine of pi over 2 minus 2 times pi over 2. Well, that's kind of nice. 2's cancel. That's nice. Cosine of pi over 2 is 0, and I'm getting minus pi. That's negative. That's negative. So I know at pi over 2, the value of my function is negative. G prime at pi over 2 is negative. So which of these two intervals can I get rid of from bisection method? This one goes from positive to negative, so I know it has to cross. This one goes from negative to negative. I don't know anything. So this one has to be thrown out. Does that make sense how this is working? So you find the midpoint, check, is it positive, negative? compare it with one of the others, and then invoke intermediate value theorem on that. Okay? Next one, I find the midpoint here. 0 plus pi over 2, so that's pi over 2, divided by 2, so that's pi over 4. So this is pi over 4. And I check the value at pi over 4. Okay? There's g prime
Tell me of your
pi over 4.
I hope to.
Okay, what do I get? Well, that's going to be cosine at pi over 4. This is getting more difficult because these values are not very clean the further you go. 2 times pi over 4. Okay, thankfully we actually know what cosine of pi over 4 is. I can look it up on the unit circle or look up trig tables or whatever the case may be for trigonometric functions. Cosine of pi over 4 is 1 over the square root of 2. And yes, you are allowed to divide by square roots of 2, right? You're allowed to have square roots in the denominator. That's allowed. That's a mathematical thing. All right? 2 times pi over 4 is pi over 2. Okay? So now, without a calculator, it's kind of hard to be like, well, is this positive or is it negative? But think about this for a second. Pi is like 3.14, blah, 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 and it keeps going. So if I took the number just 3, and pi is bigger than 3, but if I took the number 3 and I divided it by 2, do I get something bigger than 1? Sure. If I take 3 divided by 2, I get 1.5. So if I took pi divided by 2, I'm going to get something bigger than 1, for sure. Do we agree? 3.14 and change divided by 2, definitely going to be bigger than 1. Okay? So this quantity on the right's bigger than 1. But look at this thing here. The square root of 2 is bigger than 1. We said the square root of 2 is like 1.4 and change. So if I take 1 divided by something bigger than 1, this number is less than 1. So this number is less than 1, and I'm subtracting something that's bigger than 1. Is this positive or negative? It's going to be negative in this case. Okay? That's kind of a quick hack if you don't have a calculator on hand. Just kind of compare the numbers. Is it bigger than 1? Is it less than 1? I'm taking a number that's less than 1, and I'm subtracting a number that's bigger than 1. Has to be negative. Okay? So that's at pi over 4. The value is negative. So again, pi over 4, what do I get? I get the point down here, let's say g prime of pi over 4 is again negative. So I'm down here. So which of the two intervals can I get rid of? I can get rid of this one. Because this one is negative to negative. Intermediate value theorem tells me nothing. This one is positive to negative. Intermediate value theorem says I have to cross here. So I would check at pi over 8. Pi over 8. I would check the value. If it's positive, then I would not use this interval. If it's negative, then I would use this interval. And you keep going from there, and you eventually trap the root for where g prime is equal to 0. So this gives you a method for actually determining when do functions equal 0. In this case, it happens to be the derivative I'm looking at, but it actually gives you a concrete method. Now, you don't do this by hand. You code this up every single time. Okay, you code this up, and we'll go into this on how to code this kind of from basic principles. Okay, but you code this up to determine what is the value that actually makes the derivative vanish. Okay, you don't do this by hand. Right? Now, in the wild, when you're doing these particular things, the functions that you're coming up with, I mean, each of these only had 2 terms. In the 2 examples that we had, they just had 2 terms. That was it. The first one had an x cubed, and what was it? It was like minus 6x squared or whatever it was, right? I had 2 terms, and I found the derivative. Very simple to solve. This one had 2 terms, a sine and an x squared. I took its derivative, and suddenly it was impossible to solve. Okay? Well, the functions that you deal with in the wild, when you're dealing with neural networks or you're dealing with things like that, these things have thousands of variables associated to them. They have thousands or 10,000s of worth of terms, each and every single one of them. So good luck looking at this by hand and taking its derivative by hand. Number one, even be able to write that down would be an accomplishment, right? Let alone being able to set it equal to 0 and solve for it, okay? So that's the key principle with all of these, is that if I can code this up, then you give me any function whatsoever, as long as it's continuous, I can stick it into this, code it, and go from there, right? That's the value here. We're illustrating it with simple little models, but in the real world, you can apply this to functions. As long as these properties are satisfied, you can apply them all over the place. And that's their value, okay? So I want to give you an example of where this actually applies that's not even in a function theoretic framework, This is simply a computer science type statement, okay? But it illustrates the versatility of the intermediate value theorem and how you can apply it to different scenarios and things like that, okay? I want to ask you the following question. I'm going to give you a list of numbers. Now, it doesn't matter what the list contains. I could give you a list of letters, a list of words, a list of something. The same principle can be adapted accordingly to actually solve this problem. But I'm going to give you a list of numbers, and I am going to tell you that that list of numbers is ordered. It's ordered from least to greatest. Okay? So as an example, let me just give you a list. Let's say L is equal to the following list. Let's just list off some numbers. So I get a 2, let's say a 4, maybe a 5, a 9, an 11, a 13, let's say 14, 16, 20, 32, let's say 39, 41, and let's say, I don't know, 80 or something like that. There's my list of numbers associated to it, okay? They're listed from least to greatest, okay? So it's an ordered list. It's ordered simply by least to greatest. And I want to ask you the following question. I want you to find a number in there quickly. So I'm going to give you a number. I'm going to say, let's say the number is 39 for the sake of argument. Okay? I want you to come up with a method which finds 39 quickly. All right? So I want you to find 39 quickly. Well, this is like one of those funny memes that you kind of look at and you say, like, you know, the question says like find X and the person just circles it and says there it is, right? Like, and it's like, no, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, give me a method for finding 39 relatively quickly. Well, kind of a first like naive approach, which works, but it may not be efficient, is to simply say, well, I know that it's ordered. Okay, so start at the first element and ask yourself the question, is that 39? No. Is that one 39? No. Is that one 39? No. And you just keep doing this. Right? Eventually, I'll get to 39. But how many steps does it take to get me there? Well, it takes me a lot. It takes me step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It takes me 11 steps to simply do it start from the beginning and go to the end. Okay? It's kind of like in the olden days, right? When you had like a phone book and you're trying to find somebody's, you know, a business's like phone number or something like that, right? A terrible way to do this would simply to be like, well, start on the first page, look at the first number and say, look at that business. Is that the business I'm looking for? Nope. Second business. Is that the business I'm looking for? Nope. And so like, that's a terrible method for doing that, right? It's going to take forever. What do? Well, the book is alphabetized. So you first find what is the name of the business and you start looking there, right? So you narrow in locally into something that actually allows you to search it much faster. Okay, nowadays we just punch it into our phone and, you know, it gives us immediate answer. So if I do this linearly, okay, if I do this linearly, meaning just check the first, check the second, check the third, and go forth, how many steps do I have? Well, I take steps is equal to 11. In this case, is that what we said? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It takes me 11 steps to get to where I want to go. But if I step back and I say, well, maybe this intermediate value thing the principle of it, of taking the interval, cutting it in half, and searching either half, maybe I can somehow use that to my advantage. And this is what's called binary search, or bisection method, bisection search in computer science for searching ordered lists. And see what happens. So what does that say? It says, okay, take your list and find the midpoint. Find the midpoint. Okay, so let's see, how many elements do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so that means if I go 6 here and 6 here, then the one in the middle should give me what I want. Do we agree? Okay, so what's the midpoint? I say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what's my midpoint? 14 is the middle. Now you can argue, you could say, well, your list had an odd number of elements. What if it had an even number of elements? There's not going to be a midpoint. I would have 6 here and 6 here. And it's like, I agree with you. There isn't a midpoint. So if, like, let's say I didn't have 80 here, then the midpoint would be somewhere in between 13 and 14. Or let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It'd be somewhere in between 13 and 14. You have to make a choice at this point. You say, well, if there's nothing here, then choose the left or choose the right. That's the point that you're going to investigate. Okay? So for us, we don't have to worry about that right now because there's actually a midpoint. And then you ask yourself the question, is 14 bigger or smaller than 39? You say, well, it's smaller than 39. So that means, since this is ordered, all of the elements on this side have to be less than 14, and if 14 is less than 39, I don't need to search here anymore. I can throw all of that out, just like we did with the intermediate value theorem. We checked what is the value of my function at the midpoint, it's positive or negative, and then I can either throw out the left or the right interval. This is a very similar adaptation to the intermediate value theorem. So now it says, okay, search in this interval now. So search in the interval, so how many steps have I done here? So this is my binary search, or you could call it bisection if you want, because it's very similar to what we did with the intermediate value theorem. Now I'm looking in this list.
Hello.
From 14 up to 80. Now, if you're clever about it, you can say, well, 14 is less than 39. Why am I even including 14 anyway? Why don't I actually just look in the interval now from, well, I look at this list from 16 up to 80. Because 14 wasn't 39, so I just throw it away. Okay? So I look in this list and I say, all right, let's do the same thing. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 elements. So this is going to illustrate the principle that we had, that I mentioned earlier, that if your list has an even number of elements, what do? I find the midpoint. So that means I go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The midpoint is right there. So I have to make a choice. Let's suppose I choose the left. If I choose the right, I win. If I choose the right, then I'm at 39 and I'm done. So let's say I don't choose the right, because I want a kind of like worst case scenario to some extent. So let's say I choose the left. I look at 32 and I say, is 32 equal to 39? And we say no. It's less than 39. Well, because it's less than 39 and everything to the left of it is ordered, this has to be less than, I can throw out this entire interval. So I've done 2 steps in doing this, and I now have 3 elements left to compare. I look at this interval, or I look at this list, I find its midpoint. It's 41. Is 41 bigger or less than 39? It's bigger. So I throw out 41 and everything to the left of it, and now I have 39 on the nose. How many steps did that take me? It took me 3, right? I had the first step gave me this one, the second step gave me this one, the third step gave me this, well, I guess technically 4, because the 4th step I finally got my answer. 4th step I got my answer. So in binary search, it was steps is equal to 4, okay? Now this seems fairly contrived, okay? It seems fairly contrived, but it's simply just an adaptation of what we were doing with the intermediate value.
go that